Okay, I think we are live. Let me just do my usual checks before we begin. Oh no, there's like, okay, there was some echo there. I hate when that happens. Okay, this one looks it's off. Let the volume. Okay, I think we're good here. Okay. Hey guys, hope things are going well for you. And just quick updates on my end. I've been watching a lot of anime. Well, not a lot, but a couple shows, and one of them in particular has been Legend of Galactic Heroes, and also Eureka 7 AO. Not to be confused with Eureka 7. And so, of the two shows I'm watching, I find that Eureka 7 is pretty good. I mean, I'm sorry, Legend of Galactic Heroes is pretty good. Eureka 7 AO is it's not too good. I was hoping it'd have more to do with the original series, which I really liked, and so far it's been kind of a disappointment, but that's kind of how it goes, I guess. My biggest problem I find is that it doesn't have too much to do with the original. I mean, I think only one of the main characters in the last one's there, and there's nobody else. I'm I'm not really sure what the what the logic was behind that. Like, you want to do a sequel to a very popular anime, and you don't have like some of the key characters in there. I mean, even Eureka only shows up for a couple episodes. I still haven't seen Renton yet, and I'm like 18 episodes in, so that's kind of a disappointment. And also, it's like Evangelion. Like, I don't know why they did this, but for some reason they just copied Evangelion. You know, kids having to pilot. Well, they're not Avas, they're IFOs, but they are the ones who can pilot it. They got to fight these random monsters. The whole like big conspiracy, mind effery, all that fun stuff. And it's like, why are we doing this? Like, Eureka 7 had Ava elements in it, but it also like did things on its own. So I don't know why they decided to go that route for Eureka 7. It kind of came across as lazy, if I'm being honest. It just lazy. Now, from the other perspective, the other show I'm watching, rather, Legend of Galactic Heroes is really good. Even though the animation is kind of old, I kind of like that actually, the older style. I haven't watched the new series. I'm probably going to finish this one first, even though it's like 110 episodes. I'm only, I think, 16 episodes in, so I got a long way to go. But yeah, I really like that show a lot. The strategies are really cool. I like Reinhardt; he's a good character, and so is Kershey, I think his name is, and Oberstein. He's very savage. I just like the whole like. A lot of people complain that there's some stupid moments with the generals, and it's very true. But I think it kind of works because you have like the old generation versus the new generation of thought, and like Reinhardt's leading like the new, like I said, the new wave versus the old generals who are like, we need to stick to older ideals. And I'm like, well, okay, buddy, but if you want to lose, that would be the right approach, I guess. And you see how it costs them big time. And while I do like the show, there is like one element I'm not too happy with. It's a bit of a spoiler, but again, I'm only 18 episodes in, or 16 rather. So I don't think it's a huge one. But they take over this huge fortress. It's called the Iceland Fortress, I believe. And it's like it's equivalent to the Death Star in Star Wars. In fact, this whole anime has a lot of Star Wars-esque stuff in it. But the thing is, how the hell did like six people take it over? I still like could not buy that for the life of me. I mean, how exactly did six people take it over? Like, they basically threatened like the leader in his in the control room, and he's like, "All right, you got me. You got the forge." And I'm thinking to myself, "Are you serious right now? That thing is huge." I mean, the reason I watched, they did a whole rescue like arrangement between Kershey's and Wynn, who is running the forge. He also the one that came with the whole plan to take it back. And so it's just odd to me how like 8 people took over like theoretically a Death Star. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just as that was one of those. I'm like, ooh. Then of course the whole plan for the government to like invade with the Allied force, I believe, and they of course got crushed due to very simple tactics, and all the politicians had to resign. I love that part. That was great. Even the whole like farmers, I thought was kind of funny, but still really good stuff. So that's kind of what I've been watching as of late. That's not why I'm here today. I wanted to bring that up, let people come into the stream and all that. The real reason why we're here today is to talk about Kato. So, well, actually, it's really Zero, because it's weird. Kato has like a couple people on the channel who produce content, or at least provide the voice for the content. I'm not sure who's actually producing it. I could be making assumptions there. And so Zero's the one who does most of the Kogias content. I think the other guy does the Naruto stuff, if I'm not mistaken. And so I have a lot of respect for Zero, absolutely, for all of his content. And I should mention that even though I'm going to be very passionate in this video in critiquing his video, I'm sorry, live stream. This is a live stream critiquing his video. This is not a personal attack against him at all. Like I said, usually his takes are great. Just in this context, it was really bad. I mean, I rewatched the video a couple days ago just to make sure I remember why I didn't like it to begin with, and it was much worse than I remember. I left a comment on his video, like saying like, okay, there were some parts I agree with, and I'm going back through it. I'm like, that comment was way too generous. I was very frustrated going through it. Now, how do I put it like this? There's the biggest problem with the video, as we're going to find out, is that it's composed of a lot of assumptions that he makes in the video. He makes a lot of assumptions. There's parts where he gets facts outright wrong for some reason. There are parts where he just goes along with the plot. It's something I can't stand a lot of people do this, and I'm just as guilty, unfortunately, where you're analyzing a scene or an episode, and you kind of just take things as they're told to you, which is really frustrating because you should, like, if someone says something in a story, a character, whoever will be a character, right? I guess it could be a machine too, or even the narrator, whatever. If something is told to you in a story, you can't just be like, okay, well, it makes sense because they told it to me. You should really use some critical thinking and analyze if what is being said actually makes sense. And the problem with Kato's or Zero's video, I'll be using those terms, I guess simultaneously or synonymously. It's just that there was too much assumptions. Like, yeah, of course that works. I'm like, but does it actually though? That type of thing. And again, it's frustrating because the video was more of a summation of turn 19 instead of an actually analysis video. There was very little analysis in this, unfortunately. And that's unfortunate because, again, Kato has made really good videos. I mean, his one about Lelouch, the one that's like 1 million views, that's an amazing video. I absolutely love that one. The whole discussion of the metaphors with like the chess pieces and the way Lelouch and Schneider will fight each other, Suzaku. I can't go into further details than that because it has been while I watched it, but I just like his use of analyzing the metaphors within the story and how it all came together. He's really good at that stuff. That's why I was disappointed when he botched this video. And here's the other thing too. It did very well. So it's not like I'm attacking. So that's why I'm attacking really the ideas. Because a lot of people agreed with the video. And that's totally fine. But like, I'm just gonna stay outright. I thought this video was it was just not good. And hopefully you guys will understand my perspective. Now, something else too, you're probably wondering, which is, well, there's two things. One, the first Power of the King episode, I'm still editing the video. It's like 8 hours long. I took all the parts and combined it into one. I'm almost done with it. I'm putting like caption stuff, and I'm also like outlining different points DX made. So when I finish that video, I can do like follow-up stuff to it. It's like a plan down the road. And then also for turn 19 itself, I made a lot of progress on that video. I hope to get it done, I hope in a couple weeks. It might be really ambitious, but I think I can really do it because I finally nailed down a lot of parts that were kind of like holding me back. A lot of scope creep on that video because it's crazy. The more I watch that episode, I just think of more things that are just so bad about it. And I got to be very like, I have to like just stop and be like, okay, this is all I'm going to talk about for this video. If new stuff comes in, second video, follow-up video, whatever. But I got to just like, listen, it's going to be 3 hours long probably. Let's just end it with that. And because it's going to be 3 hours long, that kind of frustrates me that this video is like 13 minutes. And yeah, I think the topic, regardless if you agree or don't agree with turn 19, I think 13 minutes is not even close to fully going over it. So that's just my obvious opinion, and we'll get into, and you'll see why, I should say, when the video comes out. Okay, I think we're good to go. Now, there's a setting here that I never saw before, which has like reduced microphone noise. So I don't know if this is going to interfere with the audio of the video. We're going to find out. And as I'm going through this, let's or tell me if you can't hear it or not. Because obviously if you can't hear it, then, well, this whole thing is pointless. So just you can't hear the video, just let me know. I'm going to raise the volume a little bit here. And yeah, let's get to this. This shouldn't take too long, but you guys already know I love to talk. So even though I hate the sound of my voice, I certainly love talking. I don't know. So it's a weird hypocrisy for sure. Okay, so let's get into it.
So since I've noticed a lot of people talking about this topic, I've decided to throw my thoughts out there. Should the Black Knights have trusted Zero? Specifically in this scene where Schneisel confronts them with the truth about Lelouch. The betrayal of the Black Knights had people asking a lot of questions.
Now, let me just stop for a couple. I'll be stopping a lot, unfortunately, because there's very few parts in this video where I'm in complete agreement with what he's saying at all. So one thing we should stop here and know is that this is actually a good question. I agree. The premise is good. Unfortunately, though, there are questions absolutely people have, and he won't really be addressing them in the video. He'll just take what the story gives him and be like, yeah, that's correct, even though that's not really the right way to go about it, as you are going to find out. There'll be a lot of assumptions made. There'll be a lot of made up headcanon stuff because, unfortunately, because Tarantino was so horribly written, you have to really make up stuff to justify how Andos actually works.
Including who would win if they actually went head-to-head. Later, it was revealed that Lelouch pretty much solos with high difficulty. But
now here's the thing. I don't disagree that Lelouch probably would win with high difficulty, probably because he's mentally, he's a little unstable at the moment because of what Schneisel did, right? But the thing is, you don't need Lelouch to be there to defeat Schneisel. I think that's a big fallacy, or not a fallacy. That's an opinion about the video that I disagree with. You really don't need Lelouch to defeat Schneisel. The Black Knights just should have used any basic critical thinking skills, and this is over with. It's not even funny at that point. Just basic critical thinking skills, and Schneisel loses. You don't need Lelouch there at all. And that's what's kind of frustrating about it. It's not like Schneisel bamboozle them with interesting ideas or facts or logic. He just made up stuff, and they're like, "Yeah, we accept it." That's literally all Schneisel does. It's the craziest thing. It's absolutely bewildering. Jeez, I can't speak English. You know the word I'm thinking of. It's just insane how like that works out. English, mother chucker. Do you speak it? I guess not. But yeah, it's you don't need Lelouch here at all. The Black Knights could have easily defeated him if they just used common sense and critical thinking that the creators, for some reason, took away from them in this episode and then gave it back to them in the next episode. I don't know. You can't make this stuff up.
But it's interesting that the Black Knights ever trusted Zero so much in the first place.
No, it's really not, actually. This is like, we're all like early on. That's not really that unusual. Remember, and this is an indication to me, and I could be wrong here. I'm not going to make any assumptions about Zero making this video, and obviously he's welcome to discuss it, and we can go over that. But the weird thing about this premise is that he's saying that the Black Knights, or there was never, like, they never should trust Zero to begin with. Well, the thing is, he earned their trust. That's kind of important. In fact, one of the biggest problems with this episode is that Schneisel is their enemy. He just killed millions with the Flare warhead. I don't care who fired it. He authorized it. And then all of a sudden, he comes out there, makes the craziest accusation you ever can make about anybody. And then they're like, we instantly trust him. Meanwhile, Lelouch spent several episodes trying to gain their trust. And then it's just weird how like one person had to do all this work to gain someone's trust, and the other side just comes out of the blue and like, yeah, we totally trust you because you're our enemy, and that makes sense. Hold on, I guess we can camera a little bit. I think I'm not centered. I forgot to adjust it before I started the stream. My bad. But that's the crazy part. They absolutely had plenty of reason to trust Lelouch. He earned their trust. That's why this was supposed to be a betrayal, because they should. I'm absolutely lost here. He earned their trust, right? That was kind of the point of those episodes. No, they had reasons to trust him. Yes, he didn't always tell them every single thing he was doing, and they were aware of that. That was something that Toto and Ogi said, where it's like, Zero, they asked him, like, what were you doing? And he's like, was it for Japan? And Zero's like, yes, it was. And they're going, okay, that's good enough for us. Sorry, when? Something's off my computer. 1 second. Yeah, my computer's like freezing up. What the hell? Second. Sorry, my computer's doing some weird stuff. It's weird because I have nothing. I'm not running anything in the background, but unfortunately, okay, I think I'm okay now. Give me like 1 second. Just make sure I'm not like overrunning my computer. I'm just running. I'm not even really. Am I running Chrome? Really? I think I was running Chrome. Oh, I am. Shoot, hold on. That's why. Okay, I think that should fix the problem because I'm not like. Yeah, this was not part of the stream. You're not here to watch me figure out what's wrong with my computer. Okay, I think we're good now. Okay, all right. I think we're back to where we're supposed to be. So yeah, that's the thing. It's not really interesting because Lelouch earned their trust. That's what made the betrayal so quote unquote devastating, is because they had a reason to trust him. It wasn't like they went in there with never trusting Lelouch. They actually did. And what's also weird too is he kind of contradicts himself in the videos you're going to see. So I don't know why even bringing this up. Yeah, I mean, one other thing I forgot to mention also, and I'll probably bring it up again. But remember when Lelouch goes into the first base that Black Knights get, and he enters the room with Ogi, and Ogi's like, "You want to work with us?" And I think that's interesting because Ogi is saying, "Oh, you trust us," because that's the thing. This trust was actually a two-way thing here, and DX kind of simplifies the whole thing. Not DX. I'm sorry. You're not DX, Kato. I apologize. Zero says that it's like there was no trust ever between the two, and that's not true. The levels of trust and what each person shared obviously varied. I mean, Ogi didn't tell Lelouch about Valletta, but they still trusted each other, right? Now, Lelouch wasn't happy about that, which was kind of ironic, but the point is they were not completely being honest with each other, but there still was trust there. You can't be like there never was anything. That's not true. I mean,
To start, everyone in the room with Schneisel is someone who doubted him at one point or another. Most of them have all accepted him by now, but even Detard was doubting whether he wanted to follow Zero during his first mission with the Black Knights.
That's not true. I don't know where he got that from. That never happened. The first mission with the Black Knights, I believe that was that Port Yokozuka? I mean, didn't he approach them? That's such a strange take because he went to the Black Knights with information about Port Yokozuka. Why would he be hesitant to work with them and trust Zero if he's the one who came to them? It's not like they went to Detard. He went to them. He never even like. He wasn't even like he didn't express that at all. And in fact, once Lelouch destroyed the Kato ship, he was like, "Oh man, I figured you out, Zero. I know exactly what your plan was." But it's strange, like that didn't happen at all in the story. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that Dieter has been on Zero's side since the moment he debuted in Stage 4. He was enamored by him. Wasn't that why he wanted to join him to begin with? Again, what a very, very odd take. That just didn't happen. That's not true. There's a lot of these, unfortunately, in this video. But that's how it goes, I guess.
But to be fair to our favorite reporter, he made up his mind much more quickly and decisively than most of the others.
That's technically true, but again, he wasn't like uncertain to begin with. He's been certain the whole time. That's why his whole that's why some of his actions are just really bizarre.
Chiba and Tamaki have spent roughly as much as half a season doubting Zero, not to mention Ogi.
Okay, first of all, that's crazy to me. Tamaki has not been spending half a season doubting Zero. That's not accurate. Let's think about it. So we're not going to count Stage 2 when he first worked with Zero on like that mission to fight Clovis and because they weren't really a group then. He was just a voice. We'll go with the hostage rescue in Stage 4. So Tamaki was definitely not on board then. He was definitely not on board. Or, he was actually kind of on board in Stage 8 when the Black Knights debuted. He seemed pretty happy in that outfit. I would say by end of Narita, he was probably on Zero's side, especially after Zero's like, shoot me if you want to be in charge. And Tamaki's like, all right, fine, whatever. And then when in Stage 11, he's like, how Zero defeated Cornelia, he said with a tie or whatever, but he was impressed by his skills. So that's about 8 episodes. I wouldn't call that half a season. Now that is being very nitpicky, but still that was not half a season. Now Nagisa's a different story. Nagisa's interesting. Nagisa has never trusted Zero, and neither has Asahina. And you could argue even Senba. Urabei, however, absolutely did. This is crazy to me because if you just watch the past episodes, you know this is true. In turn 16, Lelouch has a chart of everyone who's in the Black Knights. I discussed in the video, and it shows their loyalty score. Nagisa's is like almost 0. Same with Asahina's. In turn 17, she tells Toto that, like, why are we still following him? That's crazy. And he's like, it's crazy we're following Zero. We can't trust him. And of course, Toto's like, we need Zero's guidance more than ever. Nagisa's never liked Zero. That's why this episode is really stupid, because when Nagisa is like, she doesn't even, it's crazy to me. You would think in all episodes she'd be the most like against Lelouch here. She would bring up a bunch of stuff and argue, yeah, we need to betray him. She wouldn't even need an excuse. But here she's like docile, just sitting in the back there, just going like, all right, whatever. Surprised by everything. I mean, it's unbelievable how poorly written this episode was. And again, that's not true with Nagisa. She's never trusted Zero as far as I'm aware. And she's always gone against him. I mean, ever since Lelouch, she wasn't like on board with Lelouch before the end of the first season, but since the second season, she's been against him the whole time. She consistently talks bad about him in front of his face. And it's crazy to me. And Lelouch is like, I don't care. You're welcome to do what you want. But like, she has consistently doubted Lelouch's entire time. So to act like, oh no, she eventually supported him. And I'm like, no, she never has supported him. So that's not true. Tamaki, debatable. But like with Nagisa, no, she's never been on the side. That's why this whole episode's messed up on other reasons, of course.
Who joins them later. Even still, at this point, they had all decided to put their faith in Zero in the past.
No, Nagisa did not. Nagisa's only there because Toto supports Zero. That's it. So that's not even true. Ogi, again, like I said before, Ogi was surprised Zero wanted to join up with him. There's like this, again, they both had earned each other's trust. What did I just say? Each other's trust. Okay, it wasn't just one or the other. I really do not like the framing of this, because it makes it seem like only one side here is at fault when both sides are. And that's normally I would usually go after Lelouch for some of the stuff that happened, but at the same time though, like, you can't act like Lelouch didn't. I mean, not Lelouch. Ogi didn't do anything wrong. Sorry, I'm just checking to make sure my streaming RN is fine too. Okay, it's really weird because it keeps telling me on StreamYard that like my connection keeps going in and out, but when I check the actual stream, it looks like it's fine. So I don't know why it keeps doing that. But yeah, the whole thing with Ogi is I would say, besides Nagisa, I think everyone here has supported Lelouch or agreed to support him or Zero, because they don't know he's Lelouch at the time. But yeah, let's keep going.
So how were they able to be turned against him? I'm Zero. This is Kato.
You're not going to answer this question. Instead, what you're going to do is, oh boy, this is going to hurt. And again, I really like Zero, so this hurts me.
Today,
this hurts me to make this video.
Talk about the coup d'etat of the Black Knights. Let me begin by saying that truthfully, this is Schneisel's scene. This is when he senses just a moment of weakness in the enemy camp and dives in for the finishing blow.
This is really hilarious and like just accurate, but also inaccurate at the same time. And what I mean by that is, it wasn't Schneisel sensed a weakness in the camp. He created it. That's a huge difference. He literally created the whole thing. That's like a huge difference here, because if you remember, he knew that Lelouch and Zaku had a relationship. He saw that Lelouch thought that Zaku betrayed him. Zaku brings in the Flea warhead. Schneisel figures that Lelouch wouldn't trust him, so the Flea will be fired. This is an assumption. I'm not sure or not, but my assumption is that if Lelouch thinks that Nelly is dead, because I assume Schneisel knows he's coming for her. I mean, that's kind of the whole mission in a nutshell. So if Lelouch thinks Nelly is dead, then he won't have the mental fortitude to fight him if he decides to board the Ikaruga. So the whole thing was a planned thing. It wasn't like he just said, "Oh, I fired a flare warhead. Let's just land and see what happens." Like, no, this was a calculated assault. That's not the word I wanted to use, but we'll go with it. the whole thing was planned out, carefully planned out. It was not like a random thing he decided to do. And that's why I don't like the framing of that. He didn't sense a weakness. He created it. And again, this is not, just to be clear, my problem with the episode are not so much these setup parts, like in this particular, like turn 17 and turn 18. It's how it all came together. That's what I didn't like. And then as you go through the episode, you realize there's a bunch of stuff they didn't do that they should have done that would have made this so much better, written, like just narratively speaking. And because we didn't get that, it's crap. Yeah, this is Schnizel's scene. I'll definitely agree to that. But man, did they? Oh boy, like you could have them come on board, right? But you don't have to make everyone so stupid as a result. And well, that's what you're getting here, stupidity. So it looks like my stream is going in and out. God dang it. God dang it. You know, from yeah, it looks like my that's so frustrating. Okay. It's like a streamer is supposed to do the heavy lifting for me. It never does. And I've upgraded my internet. Didn't work either. It's unstable. And I'm not on Wi-Fi. I'm literally plugged in. Mother chucker. All right, I'll keep going, but it looks like I'm like in and out on my connection. So hopefully, God, I don't know. What I gotta do? Got like 2 million gigs before it stops like freezing on me. Yeah, it's like unstable. I don't know why it's doing this. Looks like I'm okay. Like playing a video is a problem. I don't know. Let's keep going. Hopefully, it won't affect the latter part of this stream.
Let's see the play-by-play.
Okay, so this is one thing I gotta stop real quickly here. The play-by-play, this is very important because this is the entire video in a nutshell. It's not analysis, or it's not a deep analysis. It's more of just, hey, I'm just gonna go through the whole episode and tell you what happens. Thank you. No offense. I don't really need a summary. I'd like to have analysis, please. And again, from zero, I would expect a little better, but we gotta take what we got, and it wasn't great.
Schnizel baits Detard into saying that he's acting familiar with Zero, to which he replies, more than you people. This strikes them as a very odd response. Why would the Prime Minister of Britannia be more familiar with the leader of the Black Knights than even his most trusted advisors? Such a weird statement throws them off guard and reminds them that they really don't know much about Zero in the first place.
There is a lot to break down with this part, and in the video I'm working on, I literally spent a good chunk on just this one line, from this one exchange from Detard and Schnizel. Now, again, one mistake Zero makes in this video, and I don't think it does it on purpose, but it could be. I'm just kidding. It's definitely not on purpose. I can tell he's not watched the show in a while because there's some strange oddities with this. Here's the thing, right? Which Schnizel, let's go back to what he was saying, the last point, which was the Black Knights don't know much about Zero, and that's why his statement catches them off guard. Well, here's the thing. They know what Schnizel's talking about. It just he didn't say it here because it probably wouldn't, it would have hurt his argument. But he literally said, I have it right here. I wrote it down. Give me a second. So Detard says, we won't until what's it called? Until we're gonna like hear what you have to say and then report back to Zero or something. He won't be at the meeting. And Schnizel says, of course, I didn't expect him to show up. He's not the type of consults of others. No, he keeps things to himself and holds people at a distance. Now, here's the thing. The Black Knights already know this. They know this from the time he betrayed them. Well, he left in the battlefield. They know this from that time with the table scene episode. If you ignore the table part itself, with Nina, they didn't know what he was up to. There's always this idea that Zero's always kind of doing things on his own. Even in turn 14, I believe Detard said that Lucius is doing something or Zero is doing something, and then I think Nagisa's like, oh, one of his personal things. Like they're very much aware that Zero has been doing his own thing and keeps secrets from them. They are aware of this. So to act like they don't know much about Zero is like, or at least in this context, is not true. And the other problem with this is that the statement Schnizel makes, it's not even intimate knowledge, because Detard's like, oh, you speak about it if you know him intimately. Saying that someone keeps things to themselves and doesn't consult with others is not a very specific thing about anybody. It's very generic. Because literally that applies to everyone in this room, right? I mean, let's think about it. Nagisa's hiding her secret that she wants to, ask Toto out. Detard's hiding his real objectives of what he's doing. Ogie's hiding the fact that he's with Valletta. What's Toto hiding? Oh, the technically the massacre. He's not telling anyone about that. I mean, everyone has their own secret. There's nothing specific about it that would say, oh yeah, that's totally a Zero thing. But here's the thing also, it really doesn't matter what the hell Schneisel says anyways, because if he doesn't present evidence, which is going to be the biggest flaw of this analysis and just the episode itself, it doesn't matter what the guy says. I argue he should have been more specific in his statement, like when Zero was little, he did X, Y, or Z. But to be like, oh, he just hides things from other people, I'm like, yeah, they already know that. I think everyone kind of knows that because he wears a mask. It's not like it's a really intimate thing. But the fact everyone's just like, oh, wow, that's amazing. Like, come on, guys. No one's this stupid. And Dieter just goes along with it. Dieter is the smartest guy in this room, and he goes along with this. You got to be kidding me. You don't just go along with Schneisel. Remember who this guy is. He's the enemy. He literally killed millions of people. And Tamaki threw it off like a joke. Like, that wasn't a joke. That should have been, like, serious. That never gets discussed in the meeting. The entire Flail Warhead is never discussed in this meeting, even though that's kind of important. But whatever, let's trust this random guy. I mean, he's not random. Let's trust the leader of our enemies. And he tells us that, yeah, Zero is, he hides things with other people. And by the way, in the films, the recap films, which did change the scene a little bit, didn't really fix my problems, but at least they tried, right? They changed it where Schneider says, in this situation, he wouldn't consult with other and keep things to himself. So it's a little more specific, where it's like, in this specific situation Zero's in, he wouldn't tell anyone what's going on, as opposed to saying, like, in general, hey, by the way, Zero keeps things to himself. I'm like, I mean, sure, I guess. I mean, another thing to consider also is that every meeting that the Black Knights have, for the most part, Zero is there. Even if he keeps secrets from other people, he would still be present for the meeting. And by the way, it's time discussed in this video, of course, why Zero's not present. It literally is like, he mentioned that if he was there, he would win, but he doesn't discuss why he isn't in the meeting. In a sense, like, the Black Knights don't wait for him to go to the meet to attend the meeting. It's actually a really big plot point that never gets discussed, because essentially, if the Black Knights want to do this properly, they should have everyone present, not just the core members here, but also Kaguya, and then also have, like, Zero there. And if Schneider was like, listen, I don't want to wait, you'd be like, okay, well then no, I'm pretty sure we're not having this meeting then. If Schneider was to, like, if he wasn't okay with delaying the meeting. But again, these things never come up. And of course, another thing to discuss also is the fact that don't check on Zero, make sure it's okay. Then you have a of if Ogi has authority to make the decision for him. The Ma handled this way better, because in that version, Kaguya tells Zero before he goes, like, to get attention, which Colin helps him out, by the way. She said, like, don't worry, I'll take care of things. And Zero basically says, okay, that's good, go for it. There's no transfer of power episode. So the family just comes out there and betray Zero, like, well, can you at least confirm Zero is not fit to make decisions right now? Yeah, he didn't pick up the phone, but maybe you should investigate why that was the case, as opposed to being like, nah, it'll be fine. We'll just go out Zero. What's the worst that happened? I mean, it's crazy. I mean, this is like a serious situation, and we're like, they're not taking it seriously. It's never really discussed, by the way, why that never happened. But at least the other version of the story have addressed this, which will also be in the video. You guys are getting a big sneak peek, by the way, in this stream for those who are watching.
And he follows up this slick jab with a straight right. Really hit him with a 1-2. Zero is our younger brother. What a bombshell. Except,
not really. There's no evidence. He could say Lucius Superman, or Zero is Superman, or I have magical powers, or there's another planet I used to go to. I mean, he could say whatever he wants. There's no evidence to prove any of it, so it doesn't matter. Basically, what Zero says in his defense, like, it fits, and therefore it works. That's literally the divine fallacy in a nutshell. Because they can explain things, therefore it's the answer. Forget about actually, like, providing evidence. It's really important, because it's a very sensitive situation. You got to provide evidence. You can't just say things and people be like, yeah, that makes sense. That's a dumb moment, when you accept what your enemy tells you because you have reasons to, I guess. Or I'm sorry, you have no reason to believe any of this.
Totally absurd, and shouts everyone in the room again. But Toto, who has a more subdued reaction, realizes that he's actually met their younger brother.
This is crazy to me. This didn't happen. sorry, Zero. But this didn't happen. He literally said that's impossible. He did not have a subdued reaction. He literally said with Tamaki, yeah, that didn't happen. In fact, when you showed the clip here, you have him of thinking of Asahina. And that happens later on in the episode. You've got to be kidding me. He did not say he believed it. He didn't even act like it. He said, that's ridiculous. He was one of the detractors. You have got to be kidding me. And then here's another thing that happens in this video, which you're going to see quite a lot, assumptions. He was thinking about Nunnally and Euphemia, I believe, even though I don't think he met. Oh, maybe he's talking about Cornelia and Schneisel, whatever the case may be. But Toto doesn't think this or say this. You know what he's thinking about, though? The Gias Order Massacre. He's not thinking about meeting his siblings. And again, he didn't actually think it worked. He was like against it the whole time. In fact, so was Tamaki. The craziest part is they're like, yeah, that's ridiculous. And then they're like, no, it's okay. It's fine because Ogi said so. Who cares what Ogi says, people? Did Schneisel provide evidence? And the crazy part is you would need lots of evidence to prove this. Lots of evidence, because you can't just have Lelouch. I mean, theoretically, you can't have a photo of Lelouch wearing the Zero costume and be like, yep, there you go, that's proof, because it doesn't mean anything. Anyone could wear the Zero costume for any period of time. You got to prove that he was wearing the costume for his entire time as Zero. That's very hard to prove. So you can't just be like, well, that's evidence. No, you can't do that. And what's funny is that Toto and Detard have literally stated in future and past episodes how just people taking off their masks doesn't mean anything. How do you know who the real Zero is? You really don't know who the real Zero is. It's a constant problem. And the fact that the characters use their thinking skills before and after, but not during, I mean, there you go, right? I can't, the writing speaks for itself. But this is not like, I think I calculated like 23 lies in this video. I'm sorry, lies is a mean term. Falsities, like this, things I made up because I'm trying to prove a point, because this didn't happen in the episode. I mean, don't get me wrong. Let me point out something. If this fan fiction version of the story happened, I mean, I like this fan fiction of the story that Zero comes up with. I think it works for the most part. There are some parts I don't agree with, but this didn't happen in the story. That's the problem. So you can only do so much to fix things where you're just rewriting the story for the author. I'm okay with making certain leaps and certain stretches here and there if you can kind of bridge the gap. But most of the arguments in this video are, here's what I think happened, and then I'm going to base my next argument off an assumption that's not verified, and then here's my conclusion. The conclusion is based on a house of cards. The entire video is, well, that's the entire video. That's the entire episode if you want to defend it.
And their younger sister. But still, they reject the notion outright. Zero being...
Wait, what the hell? You just contradicted yourself. You said Toto thought it was true, but he said it was not true. Okay. All right.
The Britannian prince is impossible. Zero speaks Japanese fluently. He doesn't sound like a colonial. Zero understands the plight of the common Japanese person and remembers when Britannia invaded. How can that be? But on the other hand...
Okay, so let me just... I wrote this down because I actually wanted to take note of this. Okay, so the thing he said that would be like... What's the word? Actually, I didn't write this. I thought I did. But he mentions like why Zero being a Britannian prince is ridiculous to me. And the reason he gives are so outlet. Like, he's missing like bigger picture stuff. But let's go through what he mentioned. Zero, someone speaking Japanese fluently, not sounding a colonial. Well, first of all, has it ever been discussed? Did any of them sound like colonials? It's never like, I mean, it's one of those things where Kogias doesn't really spend a lot of time with accents, and if people sound genuine or have the proper accents to speaking whatever language, it's one of the things where I just accept the fact that everyone assumes everyone speaks the correct language and the way that everyone understands it. But I never got the impression like accents were a thing in the story. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. So to bring up that point just seems odd to me. But yeah, I can somewhat agree. Why would a Britannian prince speak fluent Japanese? But then you can argue maybe he was raised in Japan, right? I mean, Tenka's Lelouch was raised, so it could work. The plight of the Japanese people, I mean, that doesn't matter because Yuffie also understood that, and she wasn't. She was a Britannian princess, so that doesn't work. and remembering like what happened also, again, that doesn't matter. Here's the bigger thing, okay? Here's the bigger reason why it's improbable. Why it's impossible. It's basically like, think about the percentage or the likelihood of that happening. It's almost like, I'd have to say, like, it's got to be like 0.0001% that Zero would be a Britannian prince. It's almost unlikely. Statistically, it's just not probable. Forget everything else. It's just not a probable event considering everything else. Now let's move on to other things too. Zero could be other. There's plenty of other more probable identities. He could be someone from a rival family that had issues with the royal family in the past. For example, in the Monica story, which I went over, I think, a couple weeks ago, Monica comes from the Ginsburg family, and they had a problem with the royal family. So Monica is the daughter of a family that had a feud with the royal family. That's a possibility. Lelouch could literally, Zero could be someone who was associated with the Britannia family, maybe a family that worked for them, kind of like the Ginsburgs, and they were shoved away. Maybe he was just born in Japan and he's just a really smart person and he hates the Britannia family. I mean, there's tons of possibilities. The thing also he doesn't bring up is that the Black Knights don't even investigate this further. Dalton looked into it, so Dalton would probably know. And that's why Cornelia's like, Dalton thought about this. That's when the show had great writing, where it's like, yeah, Dalton thought about this. And Cornelia's like, yeah, he was right. The Black Knights don't look into Zero's identity. You see, it would have been really cool if theoretically the Black Knights thought he was a Britannian prince. They had their own evidence. Like, I think D. Termini looked into it or something. And then when Chazelle says, yeah, he's a Britannian prince, they could be like, we knew it. Of course, we were wondering that ourselves or something. Where it's like, okay, Schneisel confirmed something they already kind of suspected. But when you don't have that in the story, no setup, there's no payoff. They're just confused because, like, wait, why would that be the case? You can't just have characters bring up something, don't provide evidence, and then have the other side believe it just because. You have to have, if you're going to do something like that, the other side has to have at least been looking into it for them to accept the claim without evidence. But they weren't looking into it. It's a one-sided affair right now. So no, it doesn't make any sense. And some of the defenses given here are way too vague. I think you could just go statistically, it's impossible. And you can come up with way more plausible explanations as to who Zero is, including a nobody. He could literally be no one who's just really smart and wants to fight the Britannian family. What's wrong with that? Like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I'm not the best comparison, but technically Light Yagami who is Light Yagami pretty much? Nobody. He's just a prodigy who's the son of a chief of the police. And yeah, he hates the world and wants to get revenge on him. He has no connections to the president or the leaders of Japan or any country. That's just, he's not happy with the way the world is. So it can work, right? So that's why I'm saying I think you should start with like the highest reason and then go down to these more specifics, which is that it's just not probable. Anyway, let's keep going on here.
It does fit.
This word, it does fit, will be the theme of this video. He'll keep saying it fits without realizing the bigger problem here, which is there evidence? No. If there's no evidence, it doesn't matter if it fits. It's just an opinion or a belief. To quote A Few Good Men, it doesn't matter what I believe, it matters what I can prove. And you can't prove anything. What's going on?
Why would Zero continue to hide his face for so long, even when him not being Japanese becomes common knowledge?
Are you serious? Because Taizo said he needs to hide his face. I mean, okay, I guess we can, let's just like kind of look at the logic here. So Taizo tells Ogi that this man he's an enemy of Britannia. He must hide his face for security, for vital reasons, I believe. What do you think that means? Does that mean that Zero is just, like hiding it? I won't be an asshole. I'll just straight out say it. Zero is known to the Britannians on some level. If he was discovered, they might recognize him for some reason. Now, does that mean he's part of the royal family? No. Like I said, he could be from a rival family that had a feud with them. He could be a former person in the military. Perhaps he is I'm trying to think of another possibility. I think he must have his origins has some cross with something in the Britannia family or the Britannia military. That's another thing too. It doesn't have to be the royal family. It could be like a general that fudged up his family back in the day. It doesn't have to even be like the royal family. Because another thing too, I should mention this as well. I should mention this as well. The Black Knights don't even find it odd how Zero like has knowledge of the royal family. I'll give you an example of what I mean. So in stage 8, when Zero figures out that Cornelius is not attacking because of Euphemia, nobody even speculates as to why he knew to go in there, like why Cornelia would let him pass. No one even wonders why that would work. They're not like, wait, how come she let us go? That was interesting. Or how do you know Yuffie was there or something? Like they didn't even question it. So it's not like his royal family knowledge ever played a role in the story where the Black Knights were suspecting it. Again, you have to have the Black Knights looking into this for this to work. But like I said, him wanting to destroy the Britannian royal, the Britannian military or the country, it doesn't mean it's like he's part of the royal family. There are plenty of explanations. And obviously, if he's hiding his face, it means he's known to somebody, or he could be known to somebody. That's another thing too. It's either that people are aware of his existence, or they might recognize him as someone from the past. That's why he has to keep his face hidden. It doesn't mean necessarily he's part of the. You see the leap of logic here? It's like because he wears a mask, therefore he's part of the royal family. That's a huge stretch. You could argue he's somebody of importance. You can argue that someone might recognize him in the Britannian military, or perhaps Charles or any of the royal family members. But to be like, this or that, because again, the issue here is you're looking at this from our perspective. We know this to be true. You're looking at it from you're analyzing it as if we were looking at it from like the high level. But you got to look at it from the character's point of view. Would they come to this conclusion? The answer is probably not. And that's really important because the writers forgot that when they wrote this part of the story. They kept thinking things through like our perspective. But no, the characters don't know this stuff. So you can't give them information conveniently and be like, yeah, it's totally fine. And that just doesn't work, my friend. It's not how you should write a story. And not something this important either.
Maybe he's recognizable. They assume that he was hiding some shameful history.
No, they were not assuming that at all. That's literally, where'd you come up with that? Literally, Teisel said it's vital he keeps his identity hidden. He didn't say that he's hiding any shameful history. They never said this once. Again, stop making assumptions. Just please, for God's sakes, if you're going to go through the episode, just state what's given and move on. Don't make assumptions we don't know for sure is true. He's never been like, when did it ever come up with the story? People are curious why he's hiding his face. That is true. They never go like, oh, is he hiding some deep, dark secret? No one literally ever said that in the story. They just want him to hide. It's more of like a trust thing where it's like, why can't you show us your face? It's not a matter of, yeah, he must have some dark secret. Teisel literally, like after Teisel tells everyone to stop worrying about it, like that should be the end of it. You literally can't throw this anymore because Teisel's already told them what the reason is. He also, by the way, defended, he said like in the comments, he responded to a comment saying, well, maybe Teisel was under Gias. I'm like, well, here's the problem. They didn't prove that Gias was even a thing. So yeah, it doesn't really work. And it also doesn't work because that's after the fact, not prior. So you can't say because they learned something later on, therefore their thought process beforehand would have been like the result of the after. Like that's very strange logic. It doesn't actually work. Let's put it like that. He wasn't hiding anything. Like I'll say as much. They never speculated on it. Let's put it like that. You can't make assumptions like that because that's kind of important, don't you think?
Maybe this is it. And of course it fits. It just so happens to be the truth.
You see what I'm saying? This is not an argument. This is like of course it fits. It happens to be the truth. Come on. That's not that's not you can't argue like that. You can't be like because it fits because we know it fits, therefore they would know it fits. No, you have to put yourself in the Black Knight's position. Would you really believe if someone told you that? No, you'd be like, hey, you got any proof? You can't just be like, well, I mean, no, my friend, you can't just say because it fits, therefore it fits. Like, you can literally say anything as a result. You can prove any claim. You can state anything. That's why you can't just argue like this. That's why this is so frustrating to listen to, because that's just because we know it's true doesn't mean the characters do. That's the huge distinction, and that's something that's not really working. To summarize this in a nutshell, it's like you know what fits, and therefore you want it to fit. Does the story justify this? Does it bridge the gap? The answer is no.
And then Cornelia puts Detard in the hot seat by pointing out that he's the type of personality to investigate Zero's identity, and he probably knows the truth.
When did he do that? When did Detard ever look into Zero's identity? There's like, what are you talking about? You can't just have things like this in the story where it's like, I was watching a video recently from a really good channel. I forgot the name of it, but I think it's like Brandon McNulty. He's like an author, and he talked about plot holes. And one of the plot holes he mentions, which I've seen a lot in this episode and other stories too, including Bleach, which I'm making another video, which will come out tomorrow. Hopefully it does well. Probably won't though, because that's how it goes. But anyway, one of the plot holes that he mentioned, which is again really rampant here, is when characters just have knowledge of things, we don't see them ever obtaining. So in this case, Cornelia is saying that Detard looked into something that he looked into Zero's identity. It's actually a double whammy because one, how does Cornelia know this? We don't know that. And how does she know Detard knows this? And did Detard actually do this? None of those things are confirmed, by the way. Those are all statements that are made of fact that are not facts. They're just, or they are facts, but there's no evidence behind it. It never happened in the story. You can't just have, that's a very important reveal. If Detard was looking into his past, that should have played a bigger role in the story to make this episode better. But that didn't happen. I have one theory, for example, or one fix that will be in the video where it's like maybe Detard was actually a double agent where he went to Zero, then he started feeding Schneider information, kind of what Leto was doing in Lancelot and Gurren. And so he was looking into it because he was literally told to do it by Schneisel. That would have made this work a lot better. But to have characters being like, by the way, in our like 18 episodes where we wasted a lot of time on stupid stuff like Valletta in a bikini, just so you know, Detard was actually looking into stuff. And as Cornelia, I knew he was doing that. Don't ask me how I know this, but I was, okay? Just trust me. Trust me, okay? I mean, it's like this is so stupid. This is why it's so frustrating to hear this. It's like, just ask a question. How would Cornelia know this? Go through the show and find like how she would know this. And there is no proof. It's crazy. It's literally nothing. So many assumptions made in this video. It's absolutely insane to me. You gotta like, I hope it's not, I mean, this is the extent of the argumentation here, and you can see why I didn't like the video. I know a lot of people did, and that's totally fine, but I mean, you have to take a step back and answer the question, which is where are the arguments that are actually good here, and the quality arguments. There are arguments, but the quality arguments, there's nothing here so far.
This turns heads in his direction. Detard deflects, which is hardly reassuring, but...
Well, yeah, like they do. You know what's funny about that? They do look at Detard, but it leads to nothing. You know what I mean? Like I mean, what is I guess what would be like the next step? How about the Black Knights ask him, hey, were you looking at Zero's identity, or are you working for the enemy? Like, Cornelia knows he was doing it, so there might have been some back and forth conversation. But instead of any of that meaningful stuff happening, it's more like, all right, whatever, move on. You can't do it like that. You can't just half-ass it. You can't be like, oh, we might suspect something. No, if people are compromised on your team, then you have to like address that. You can't be like, all right, whatever. Detard, big Detard, it's like, no, absolutely not.
By saying that it's not Zero's lineage that matters, so much as his feats of strategy and warfare. But little did he know.
Okay, so let's analyze where we at in the video. Okay, 252. I have like All right, so first of all, why is deflecting not reassuring? I mean, he's basically saying like, yeah, this is nonsense. Let's move on. I mean, I don't necessarily agree that deflecting is a sign of like that you shouldn't be reassured by it, or it's a sign of non-confidence. I mean, it can go both ways. If you're like, yeah, this is stupid, let's move on to something else. I mean, like if you think about it, the claim is so absurd that why would you entertain it? Has Schneisel presented evidence? No. So why would you entertain it? You're literally giving into like the claims of a madman. He literally told you something that made no sense, and you're like, yeah, who cares? We'll move on. Even if you're right, it doesn't matter. It's a very strange take to have because he's deflecting because it's stupid. I think he is. I'm not sure what the writers were thinking. I don't want to know. But again, there's no evidence, so like it's not reassuring at all. If Schneider's like, listen, I got proof, here it is. Okay, then Detard deflecting you might have an argument, but just saying things doesn't mean anything, and that's the problem with this back and forth here.
Schneisel didn't bring just one bombshell, but two. Next, he reveals Lelouch's Gios. If Detard had played it cool, he might have remembered the conversations he had with Jeremiah and Valletta, which Cornelia just brought up, and his suspicions around the time of the massacre at the specially administrated zones. Maybe he would have avoided giving Schneisel such a good opportunity to bring this up. But frankly, no one at this tape...
Okay, we have to bring up... There's a lot of problems with this. Oh boy, all right. I'm trying to like not be too aggressive here, because again, I do like Kato and Zero, but like... all right, let's go over a couple just facts about this, because there are important ones to bring up. Number one, Detard only has one conversation with Valletta and Jeremiah, and the entire show in context to who Zero is. The conversation is simply that Valletta thinks that Lelouch, the student, is working with Zero. She doesn't even, and by the way, I should be really specific. She doesn't even say Lelouch. She just says a student. That's all they ever talk about. It's the only conversation they have. Now, here's the problem, right? There is no way, there are so many layers to this. There's no way Detard could have concluded information from what Valletta and Jeremiah told him, because one, it's impossible for them to have told him any further information, and two, they never suspected to begin with. Let's go through these 2 points. Okay, so what happened after their conversation in stage 10? Narita, right? What was the outcome of Narita? Jeremiah is declared dead. Valletta has to do cleanup duty. Then she ends up going with Shirley. She gets shot by Shirley. She's found by Ogie, loses memory. Where exactly, like, if they were to give information to Detard after that conversation, there was like no time for that to happen at all. Like, because again, Jeremiah is dead and Valletta is busy doing something else, and then she loses her memories. There's not enough time for these events to occur. That's why this doesn't work at all. And going further, how would Cornelia even know that? Because of the fact there's no time for this to occur, and they don't have a conversation on screen to show this. And look, I'm not saying everything has to be on screen for it to have happened, but you have to provide something to indicate that you have to put something in there to show like it could have happened. And you don't have anything of Cornelia even referencing talking to either Valletta or Jeremiah. So it's like, the more you look at it, like it just couldn't have happened in the way that's being described here. So that's the first thing. And now let's talk about what I mean by Jeremiah Valletta never suspected it. So when Valletta recovers from memories I think it's stage 24, she says Lelouch Lamperouge. She does not say Lelouch v. Britannia. She did not think he was a Britannian prince. So any information that she somehow gave to Detard, again, there's no time for it, but let's say she did it anyhow, it would not have included information to begin with, because she did not think it was. She never thought that herself. You can't give information to someone that you didn't think yourself. I mean, that pretty basic stuff. And then with Jeremiah, he literally said in turn 14 when V2 was like, hey, how come you're going against Zero? I thought you didn't like him. And he was like, well, I didn't. I thought he was preventing me from serving the royal family. But when I found he was Marianne's son, I decided to join him. So that literally proves that Jeremiah would have supported Zero if he knew he was Lelouch v. Britannia. So no matter how you slice this doesn't make any damn sense. And of course, if you don't actually analyze what happened here, you'd be like, oh yeah, of course Cornelia knows this. Of course Detard got information from Jeremiah and Valletta. They discussed it all the time. No, they didn't discuss any of it. Oh, sorry. Now, in terms of the Gios stuff, I mean, first of all, Detard doesn't know anything about Gios. I mean, people have said he does, and he does not. Even DX's, he has notes for the first video he made on R1 on the season as he watched it. He mentioned that Detard said the theories about Lelouch, according to Jeremiah and Valletta, are correct. And so DX wrote, oh, so now about the memory loss, I think is what he was referring to. So Detard's confirming that was the case. The thing is, Detard doesn't know about Gios. He doesn't even know it exists. He doesn't know Lelouch is doing it. He's enamored by how these things are happening, but he has no idea. And the films confirm this, because in the second film, I believe, Detard says, oh, the theory about Lelouch being Zero being a student is correct. He doesn't say having Gios power. He just says that. They replaced the whole, like, the theories from Jeremiah and Valletta are correct to he's a student. Because there's no way Dietar could have known what those theories were, aside from him being a student. They never talked about Gios, never taught memory stuff. Actually, they never discussed Gios once because Valletta doesn't know what that is. But they didn't discuss like the whole losing the memory stuff. None of that ever occurred. And so to be like Dietar knew this or didn't know this, I mean, like, no, absolutely not. 100% incorrect. If it wasn't a story, you got to tell us. That's kind of important. You know, you can do certain subtle hints here and there, but Dietar knowing that Gios is a thing needs to be established, because otherwise you have a problem like this where you literally have to make up headcanon for this to work, which is what's happening in this defense of the scene. That was a lot. That was quite a mouthful, but I'm, as you can tell, I'm very passionate about this topic, and hopefully the video will live up to that passion. Anywho,
can go head to head against Schneisel, especially on these topics where Schneisel has more information.
Actually, one second.
Bush needs to be in this room, but he isn't. We see the result. Toto.
By the way, in this particular scene here, Toto is he's saying, by the way, impossible. So you literally, it's like what DX did. You're playing like a clip that disproves your own theory, and you're not even aware of it. But okay, here's the thing, right? It doesn't matter, like I said before, it doesn't matter what Schneisel believes. It matters what he can prove. And here's the point to that. Or here's the follow-up, rather. Even if he knows more than them, he still has to bridge the knowledge gap with them. You see, it doesn't matter. It's not a case of who's arguing better than the other person. This is a case of like, you made some crazy claims. You need to now defend those crazy claims. I don't care how much you know. If you cannot prove your claim, it doesn't matter. You don't need Lelouch here. You just need people to act like normal people and ask questions. This is a very delicate situation. You are literally, the enemy of, your enemy is telling you that, hey, your leader is Britannian Prince, my brother. He has a supernatural power called Gios. And these are like, and he's been lying to you this whole time. You need to show us evidence of this is a thing. If you know more, that's great. You have to prove that you know more. You can't just say crap like that. That's the problem here. Like in any court case, obviously the expert witnesses or the people on trial or the lawyers know more than the jury, but you have to bridge the gap with the jury. That's how this works. It doesn't matter who knows more than who. Both sides have to be in the same point. This is basically a trial, and we don't have, like, we're not at that point yet. You're making it seem like this is not a, how do I put this? Like this is something else where this would actually work. I'm trying to think of an example of that. Maybe a debate or something, or a more casual conversation, I suppose. But you have someone who's making claims, and he's not defending the claims. It doesn't matter if he knows more than you. I don't know. Like I'm literally like, I'm listening to this and I'm losing my mind here because it doesn't matter. Yes, I think Schneisel can easily like outmaneuver them for sure, but we have to first get to a base level of understanding where it's like, let's all agree these are facts. Here's my evidence. Okay, now we can go back and forth and have a discussion. We're not even there though. We need to get to that point. That's the problem. You have a lot of people in this room who I think are quite intelligent. Dietar is, of course, I would say the smartest person in the room, and then probably Toto, but that's not saying a whole lot. And so we got to be on the same page. I mean, think of what's on stake here. The leader of your entire operation could turn out to be a traitor, and we're going to betray him because because the leader of the enemy told us this. I mean, you need evidence to support this. It doesn't really matter who has more knowledge than who. At the end of the day, you need evidence. You need evidence to support this. Now, here's another thing too. Lelouch is not in the meeting, right? He brings it up. It's a fair point. Does he discuss why he's not in the meeting? Why it doesn't play a role in the story? Of course not. As I've already mentioned, it should have been a priority because, again, if you're going to have Ogi, who's, by the way, he's the general secretary. He's not actually the what's deputy commander. He's actually a general secretary. I forgot about that. And if he's going to like decide things for the Black Knights, there has to, like I said before, there has to be a transfer of power, and there is no transfer of power that occurred because no one checked up on Zero. No one made sure he's not capable of leading. When you don't do stuff like that, you get problems like this. So you have to justify why Zero can't be at the meeting. It never happens, by the way. That's why it's so frustrating to be like, yeah, Zero's not here. But if he were, okay, but maybe he should be here. Can you give me a better reason why he's not here? And then, of course, we don't get that in the story either from this video or just in general. It's never brought up. The manga, again, did it so much better. There's still things about that I'm not happy with, but like, at least they tried, and that's important here. So it's just frustrating that like they're literally listening to their enemy tell them a bunch of nonsense. Again, like this is a grounded story. I've forgot to mention this too. Why not? We'll go to tangent as well. Just so everyone's aware, no one knows what Gias is. No one knows that supernatural powers exist. So no one should be responding even remotely calm to these claims. Imagine if you go to your office and someone tells you that the guy can fly. You'd be like, are you insane? Nobody can fly. Well, it makes sense. How does he get from like point to point B so quickly? Or let's say he runs really fast or something. And you'd be like, okay, sure, maybe he has like a polar transportation or maybe he's doing some other means, but like he can't fly. People have not been established in this world to be able to fly or run really fast. So it doesn't matter like if it fits, which he'll state later on fits. It needs to like, it has to be something that people are aware of. And if you're going to tell a story where it's a grounded story rather, but there's something supernatural about it and people believe it, you have to explain why people believe something that's completely not grounded. And it doesn't happen here. There's like, yeah, supernatural powers. That's totally a thing. It is totally not a thing. If you want to do this better, you could have the Black Knights. Maybe they learn about Gias. Maybe they're aware of their supernatural stuff. You know, maybe you can have a little more elements to that story. Maybe the existence of Gias is somewhat known. Maybe not like Gias itself, but something similar to that. But you just don't have that. I mean, at least with Schneisel and his character arc, there are parts where he's aware of supernatural abilities. I mean, he literally goes to the ruins of Common Island. The Black Knights are not present, so they don't know about that stuff. You see, you got to have elements like that in the story because he literally told them that magic exists in a world where magic doesn't exist. I can't understate how insane that is for them to believe that. And here we are with that. That's the problem. Again, that's why you don't need to lose here. You just need people to actually like think critically what you just told them. Nobody in their right mind would ever believe in a supernatural power, no matter how much it fits with whatever they're trying to, whatever claim is being made, because that's literally a divine fallacy. And that's not a way you should argue anything. I need some quick water here. Okay, let's continue on here. But I know I'm kind of like going back and forth on this, but these are like critical problems, which is the errors of this episode.
Kato is an actual miracle worker, and even he doesn't know how Zero pulls off some of his schemes.
Does it ever play a role in the story? No. You're just saying things. Does he ever speculate how Zero does stuff? No. Does Tamaki? Yes. Does Ogi? I believe so. Even Detard. But Toad never does this. This is a very, again, it's okay to make assumptions here and there, but like you got to have something to go on it. And Ogi, I mean, I don't recall. Sorry, I'm only like. Bleh. I don't recall Toto ever being like, "Damn, that was a good plan." You know, like he never really thinks about that stuff. And there's only a couple times in the story where once Toto's involved, where Gias like usage was probably more apparent. The truth is, for most of the time where like the major use of Gias that affected stuff, Toto wasn't really involved in that. So like the hostage rescue, he wasn't involved with that one. Technically the refrain dealership, the Suzaku's rescue as well. Excuse me. The only time where Toto would have knowledge of or even think about some of Lucius' plans using Gias is maybe Euphemia. I mean, I'm trying to think like when does Toto join them? Stage 17? What happens after that? There's Chicken Island, and then there's like Sawasaki's, stupid garbage, and then the school festival, and then Yuffie. Like, when would Total even be suspecting this? And then if you want to go further with R2, again, I'm trying to think. Oh, okay. I guess you could say that when he collapses the settlement, that was kind of odd, right? When he got his insiders in there. But again, Toto's not commenting on it. See, here's the thing, right? You can't have, or let me take a step back here. You have inconsistencies with the writing if you're going to go with this type of argumentation, sure, we'll go with it, because like D-Tard's like always expressing how he finds Lucius' plans to be incredible, or often also kind of confusing, and same with Tamaki, but Toto doesn't do that. So I'm going to assume by that regard that if a character doesn't express, because they have explicitly made characters express how they feel, if a character does not express how they feel in the same way, they don't feel that way, because the show goes out of its way to do this. That's why you can't say stuff like this. Toto has to have said this at some point or thought about it. But because he hasn't, you can't say this. It's an assumption, but you're going to build on it for a bigger like coup de grace. But you can't do that if the assumption is not based in reality. If Toto was always constantly confused as to how Zero keeps doing stuff, then yes, you might have something there. The only guy who'd actually question that is like Tamaki at some point, then of course D-Tard. And D-Tard's not even trying to betray Lelouch here. So you can't just give characters your own beliefs of what you think they're thinking. You can't do that in a situation like this, especially when you're using it as like a critical piece of evidence to support your claim. It should only be like frosting or sprinkles or something, icing on the cake. There you go. But the cake would have to be Toto has been showing this stuff, and then maybe you could say like, okay, then he must have been thinking it, right? But you have to have the cake first and then the icing. But in your case, the icing is the cake, and that's not good. That's why it doesn't work.
Toto is evaluating how true this information could be, rather.
No, he's not. He never once thinks that at all. I wish he was. I really wish he was, but he's not evaluating the information at all. In fact, all he's doing is sitting there with his thumb in his ass. I mean, he has important information to bring up, like the Gias Order massacre. He says nothing about it. He just sits there. It's so frustrating. And then you have Nagisa, who is also present, again, not evaluating it. I mean, I guess you could say maybe he is, but the problem is this. No evidence presented from this point on to justify this stuff. So the question you got to ask yourself is this: why would Toto's mind change randomly? And the answer is because stupidity, pretty much. If he was really thinking this through, as Kato claims, I don't think you could come to these conclusions. But he wasn't, and here we are.
Than dismissing it outright.
He did dismiss it outright when it came to the Lucius being a Britannian prince. Zero, I mean, the Gias stuff, again, it's so weird for them to be like, oh, that's how he's doing this supernatural power on us? That makes sense. Even though it's not a thing in this world, but sure.
We'll get back to why he's approaching the situation this way later.
He doesn't, spoiler, it's not good.
But what's important is that Schneisel's explanation of Gias, once again, fit.
No, it doesn't. Okay. Sorry, let me back up. It does fit, but it doesn't matter. It matters what you can prove. Otherwise, it's divine fallacy. Yes, it happens to work out, but do you have proof it exists? No. Like, you can, by the logic presented in this episode and also by the person defending this episode, I could literally say that I shoot laser beams out of my eyes, and that's the reason why my enemies have all been slayed. It's the reason why they're also on fire when you find them. I'll show you a recording later on where I confirm this with some random person that I say, I've been killing people with laser beams on my eyes, from my eyes. Is that evidence? No. That's how stupid this is. All you have to do to prove a stupidity of an argument is to take that same structure and apply it to something else. You can literally say anything at this point, and you could argue it being a fact, right? Anything absurd. I can do, I can fly, I have supernatural powers, I'm a computer hacker, whatever. And if someone on a recording confirms it, that's evidence. I can have photos of people who could, you'd be like, oh, well, that actually kind of like, it's so easy to like use this poor line of arguing to prove anything you want. And that's why it just doesn't work. Again, it doesn't matter if it fits. In a court case, there are always tons of theories as to what happened. All of them theoretically fit. What matters at the end of the day is what you can prove, not what you believe, not what actually fits or doesn't fit. And sometimes, even when things do fit, they're also thrown out because of other reasons. Court cases they're brutal stuff. I'm just so flabbergasted that someone this intelligent, and I'm sorry to be rude here, but would just be like, yeah, it makes sense. Come on, man. No, it doesn't. You got to like, in what world would anyone believe this? Okay.
And of course, this wasn't enough to make the Black Knights turn on their leader.
Well, you know what? It's funny you say that because, yeah, it kind of was. If you think about it, what happens between this and like going forward? Nothing. You just have more people claiming the same thing with no evidence, and you got more people who are compromised theoretically.
After all of this compelling argumentation,
Sorry, there's no compelling arguments here. There's nothing. He literally said, "Hey, your leader's my brother, and he has a supernatural power. Try dealing with that crap." There's no compelling argumentation. The only thing Schneidel has going, he has a very calm, collected, what's the word, mannerism and attitude. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how he presents the information. It's still garbage.
He stands up and demands proof of these absurd claims that.
Yeah, I know. And you know what's sad too about this? Tamaki is the only person who asks for evidence. He is the only person who brings up the Flare Warhead. Even though these should have been baseline stuff for everyone to bring up. And the fact that he's the only one who does it is insane to me. Why is the dumbest person in the room actually the smartest person in the room? Is it supposed to be some kind of commentary how smart people just like miss the most obvious things? I mean, maybe it's a commentary on that. Although, to be fair, I can't give these people much credit for anything given how bad the episode was written. Or badly that the episode was written. But yeah, like Tom gets a smart guy in the room. That should not have been the case. Everyone should have been like, listen, okay, look, we're willing to entertain this insane idea. They should be laughing at him, by the way. We're willing to entertain this insane idea, sure, but you want to provide some evidence, please? You know, that might help a little bit. But of course, we don't get any. And that's kind of important, given the stakes of the situation.
Zero is a prince with Gios power. He refuses to trust Schneisel, his enemy, over Zero, his best buddy.
It's not even like Zero, his friend. It's their leader. Zero's been with them from the beginning up to this point. Yes, there were some rough patches, absolutely. But again, it's like, it's not just Schneisel even their enemy. It's like he is like the leader of their entire. He is, I mean, technically, Charles is the leader, but Charles is not really present. So Schneisel is basically the leader of Britannia, and he authorized the Flea usage against them. And he's also threatening them with a Flea as well, by the way. You got to keep that in mind. He literally is pointing a Flea as like a way to prevent his capture during the meeting. It's very important, and it's not discussed here, but he is basically blackmailing them to have this conversation. It's really weird how like it plays a role and it doesn't. It's one of those parts where you're like, wait a minute, if you're threatening them with a Flea Warhead, how can anyone take anything you say serious or trust you? Where's the trust? It's like, believe me, I got a gun pointed at you. Don't get me wrong. I agree with the whole idea of, speak softly and carry a big stick. I totally believe in that philosophy, but in this context, it's more like speak softly and I'll beat you with a big stick. It's a little different. Like it's one to show your power in a conversation. It's hard to be like, I'm literally threatening you with a Flare Warhead, even though I told you before this is a diplomatic mission. It's not diplomatic if you're threatening a Flare Warhead. So again, it's like it's really strange. Characters have like knowledge and then they don't have knowledge, or they act a certain way, or they don't act a certain way, or God dang it, I don't know anymore.
And that's when Tamaki's actual best buddy walks in and says, yeah, he's right. Zero's a con man.
Which everyone just believes because Ogi says it. Literally, Valletta is right here. She works for Britannia. You should literally ask questions, but no questions are asked because everyone's dumb.
What's interesting here is that Ogi claims to have proof.
He never presents it, by the way, ever.
which we could assume he got from Valletta, who's
No, he did not get it from Valletta. What happened was Valletta told him stuff during their 5 minutes of fun, but he never actually, she never gave any evidence. How do we know this? I mean, I'm going to make an assumption, but at least I have something to build on this assumption, unlike half the claims in this video, okay? So Valletta goes to confront Ogi on, I believe it's the, was it the Horai Island, I believe? I could be wrong. Well, she confronts him on an island. She brings a little bag with her. Now, I'm going to assume, okay, I think there was clothes in the bag. I don't think she brought documents with her. Could be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure she brought clothes. It was a pretty small bag. And if she was really going to expose Zero, don't you think she would have brought something a little more sophisticated, like maybe a carry-on or something, more stuff? It's a little bag, and she's like, here, I'll give you a photo of it. Maybe it's not a little bag, but it's one bag. Give me a second. Oops. Sorry, you weren't supposed to see my file explorer. Who gives a shit? Okay, I believe it was stage. We're way past stage at this point. Let's see, 15 was the confrontation, so it must have been between 13 and 15. And one second. Okay, so it can't be here because that's Jeremiah. Yeah, Jeremiah sucks. Okay, it doesn't suck, but that was okay. 1 second. She goes to the airport after Jeremiah resurfaces. Where the hell was that sequence? Maybe I don't have it. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so she brings this bag with her. Okay, so maybe it's not as big as maybe it's not as small as I remember, but like it still looks like it's a simple luggage bag. Like you would think if she had information on Zero or was gonna, or she brings something a little more substantial with her. She just brings like a simple suitcase. Now, yeah, there could be documents in there. That is very true, but one, I don't think that's really the case because her priority was to go and confront Ogi, not expose Zero. Like she's not even like signing with Schneisel either. So it's like you really have to like stretch the truth there a little bit. And of course, the most important thing is we don't see this, and this should be important. Don't you think you should have Valletta showing this to DTR, like not DTR, Ogi, be like, look at all the evidence I have here. Here's the OSI stuff. Here's all that stuff. Here's the problem. She can't do that because that reveals more problems. That would actually cause more problems in the story. Because if she reveals the OSI stuff to Ogi, which I think she did, but again, we don't know, then Schneisel finds out about the Ragnarok connection. And if he finds about the Ragnarok connection, that destroys like an entire plot point where he doesn't know what Charles is up to, but he does find out through this. Like the whole Gias and Charles' involvement, all this stuff. He doesn't know any of that. And if the OSI gets involved in the story, he learns about it. And don't get me wrong, in Lancelot and Gurren, he does learn about the OSI, but that's not the story here. And in that story, in that manga, they spend enough time to develop us to set that up. Of course, we don't see the payoff with the betrayal, which is kind of frustrating in that manga. But here it's like we don't get anything. And because other stories have spent time, or other versions of the story have spent time to set this up, that indicates to me that this is not what people think it is, or what is being asserted by the author of the video, or Zero rather. To me, if Ogi appears with Valletta, I mean, he's compromised at this point. I wouldn't take anything he says seriously. And also, if he has no evidence, who cares? He doesn't even say, by the way, after this meeting, I'll show you the evidence. He doesn't do any of that stuff. He just goes like, I got evidence, believe me. And people are like, who the hell is that? Now, funny enough, Nagisa recognizes Valletta, and maybe I'm wrong here, but does Nagisa know who Valletta is? I'm pretty sure she does not know who that is. But Tamaki does. Remember, he called her a Britannian witch. Remember that scene in Turn 8? I guess people forgot that, right? I guess the character's just like, forgot key information. Tamaki be like, Ogi, what are you doing with Valletta? She's clearly working for Britannia. And Ogi's like, listen, dude, I just had a fun time with her, and she told me information. So please, take my word for it. I mean, so far we have claims from the enemy, and that's our source. And then Ogi disappears with Valletta, and it's like, he's absolutely correct. I'm like, okay, if that's not the reddest of flags, I don't know what to tell you. Like, again, you can argue, right? You can argue that, okay, maybe some of this stuff could have gotten through to an average person, right? I mean, maybe someone was in a comment, I kind of agree, disagree, where it's like, Even in real life situations, things like this happen. Sure, we can argue that maybe one of these things could get through, but look how many stupid things happen one after the other to get us to this point. Fake claim before that, Schneisel nukes them. Then he threatens them with a nuclear bomb, with the flare warheads. Then he tells them that their leader is a well. First, he lied. He does that whole intimate knowledge crap, which means nothing. Then he tells them their leader is my brother. Then he has supernatural power. And then they're like, "Where's the evidence?" And Ogie's like, "I have it because my girlfriend now, which you guys know is part Britannian or is Britannian, gave it to me or something like that." Which probably he never even says that, but we're assuming he did or she gave it to him. That would be kind of nice, by the way, while they're talking in the room, but whatever. Or whatever the hell they were doing in there besides talking. But of course, it doesn't happen. There's too many stupid things happening one top of the other for this to be even remotely believable. I could let go maybe one thing, but not this many. And it's only going to get worse, by the way. It's only going to get worse.
Standing beside him. Of course, Ogie is just a bit completely livid that Zero has been secretly keeping the woman he loves prisoner, but I'm sure that didn't affect his decision making.
Zero wasn't keeping Valletta prisoner. Detard was. Zero had no idea. Again, if you're going to talk about the story, you should look into these facts first. One thing I started doing recently, I was not always good at this myself. I now make a fact sheet before every video I make, and I check all the facts, and then I make the video. If something is not sure, I might hypothetical, but if it's like a theory or something, but if it's like state out fact, I try to confirm before making the video. And Zero did not know Valletta was being held hostage. How the hell could he know? Think about what happened. Sayako fought against her. Detard told Ogie about Valletta being kidnapped. There is nothing to do with Zero. In fact, there's irony here too because, hold one second. The irony here is that when they found Cornelia on top of the ship, or the Ikaruga, which was so stupid, by the way, I'm not getting to that right now, but they found her on top of the Ikaruga. Detard was like, "How come we didn't tell me about Cornelia?" I'm like, "Dude, did you tell Zero about Valletta? No, you didn't. So, come on, man. Be consistent here." But anyways, that's not true. And Ogie didn't bring it up either. Again, you can't God, there's so much filling in the gaps of what characters are thinking when they should just be saying what they're thinking. Because in the story of Kogiya's, characters do tell you what they're thinking when the writers want them to, but also when they won't tell them what they're thinking, even though whatever. Okay.
Ogie backs up Schneisel's version of events, which swiftly silences the faith that the Black Knights had in Zero.
But why would it, though? It doesn't matter who says what. Testimony only works if you got evidence to back up the testimony. That's why, and again, Valletta is literally right here. This is like a big red flag. You've got to be kidding me. I mean, here's a really easy way to think about this, right? If Zero, their leader, was hiding secrets from them, and he's no longer trustworthy, that means anybody could be hiding secrets from everyone and not be trustworthy. Ogie is literally hiding the fact that he had Valletta with him the whole time, or was with Valletta. Now, he did tell Minami he had a collaborator, which was Valletta. But Minami is not in this room, and no one confirms this anyways. But it is technically true. They did know that he had a collaborator, which was Valletta. And I believe Minami saw her. I think he gave to Ogie and had a private conversation in the room. I believe Minami was there. Maybe he wasn't, but still, though, but still, the point remains: if Zero could not be trustworthy because of recent events, so could Ogie. It doesn't really matter. And I love burping on stream. Anyways, it doesn't matter what he comes in and what he says here and confirms what Schneisel is saying. He could be compromised on anybody else. I mean, if everyone turned their head to Detard investigating Zero, they should 100% turn their head to Ogie. The fact they're like, yeah, it's fine, it's totally fine. We'll just we'll accept what Ogie says. Again, no evidence. Evidence is super important. Okay. The only time where you can accept someone's testimony like this, if they're like I believe it's called what is the word? not special witness. I think it's an expert witness, right? If they're an expert witness and you can confirm they're an expert witness, then you can just take their testimony without like anything substantiating it. But Ogie's not a expert witness because he's not someone who's worked in the OSI. He's not established as an expert witness. I know it's kind of weird to look at like this perspective, but we should anyways. He's not presented that way, so you can't like take his word for it. And Schneisel also is not an expert witness either because he hasn't shown us he actually knows about Gios. He just said it. He could have showed documents of the ruins in Common Island, footage of Lush using Gios, which would take work to acquire, even just the documents that prove Gios exists, photos of the Gios order. Maybe he got in there somehow. I don't know. But neither one is an expert in this topic. And all you had to do was ask basic questions and the episode's over. Like, oh, okay, Lush has a Gios power. I hope I didn't like hurt your ears with that one because this pop filter is kind of shit. But anyways, they just have to ask questions, simple questions like, okay, Luge has a Gios power, or Zero has a Gios power. Okay, how does it work? And then they play the Jeopardy music. And then he go back and forth. And Child's saying to himself, I think he looks in their eyes and tells them a command. But you don't know, though. I mean, that's probably what happens, because I've seen, like, Guilford, he just, like, looked at Lelouch and then he betrayed him. But you don't know that actually how it works, though. I mean, that's probably how it works. But you don't know that, though, right? Well, I mean, it probably works like that. Could it work any other way? Is there a time limit? How long does it last? Can you use it multiple people at once? Where does it come from? His eyes, his mouth, his belly, his head? How does it work? There's like, do you understand the mechanics of how this is? I mean, these are basic questions. Like, imagine a court case, right? Where you ask witnesses questions about like whatever they're discussing. It's usually like the cross-examination is pretty brutal. Now, granted, they are lawyers and they are trained to do this. So I'm not saying anyone in the Black Knights should be as smart as a normal lawyer, but I feel like these are basic questions. It's not like Schneider presented Gios in a more formal way, explained how it worked, had evidence to suggest it, to prove it exists. And then they go, okay, well, you proved your point. We can't really argue with that. Instead, just like, just take my word for it. I'm your enemy, and I used Gios. I mean, I used a nuke and killed half your people, and also murdered like tons of Japanese and Britannians in the explosion. Like, just take my word for it. Like it's like you need evidence to prove this, and that's really the problem. Like, they're not asking any meaningful questions here at all. Like, yes, sure, evidence would be important, like, as a first thing, but also just ask, like, how this works. Like, don't you think you should ask how this works? It's kind of important, right? Because he's going to bring up later on of people who he used Gios on. But you're like, if we don't know how Gios works, then how would we know he used it on them? Don't you think it's kind of important? If there's, like, rules and restrictions, we should know about these rules and restrictions. But the truth is, if they want to ask any questions during this meeting, Schneisel's plan fails. That's how horribly written this was. Schneisel came into the room with like no information. It's funny because Kato or Zero said that like Schneisel had all the information. He literally didn't have anything. Actually, it was funny. He banged on the stupidity of the Black Knights, which shouldn't have been the case, but here we are, and that's the problem here. He banged on their stupidity when he should have had actual evidence, and they could have spent time for him to gather evidence. In Lancelot and Gurren, again, Schneisel was gathering evidence of Gios, specifically through Leto, who was investigating Lelouch, which I thought was a really good idea. Unfortunately, Leto destroyed the evidence. But there was still something left that Schnee picked up, but Schneisel never had it for the meeting. But even before the evidence was destroyed, there was still something about Lelouch's Gios power that was explained to Cannon, who then told Schneisel about it. Now, that's not my favorite way to do it, but it's something where you have evidence to back up your claim. But here it's like there's nothing, literally nothing.
At this point, the people who believe that Zero could lead the way to a free Japan have lost their fight.
It's funny, he shows the pictures, and that comes actually a little later. He likes to, I do it sometimes too, and I can't be too harsh. If you're discussing one episode, you're going to show the same photos 1,000 times over and over again. I mean, you'll see my video. I'll be showing the same things over and over again because you don't have much footage to work with. But just to be accurate, this came after the fact, not before. But okay, like the like Ogie and Vlad appear, then we get the voice recording, and then we get the actual images of the people who are suspected to have been Giast, which means nothing, by the way, because we don't know how that works.
But Detard rises up and says that it doesn't matter. If Zero is a prince or has this Giast power, all that matters is that they can use his strength to fight Britannia. But there's a problem with that.
So first of all, I hate this part of this episode because Detard's literally giving in. His statement is bullshit because what he should say instead is, listen, these are cool claims. And Ogie, I mean, you want to tell us how you know this information? You want to speak up, my friend? You know, you want to share with the class how you know this information? But he doesn't do that. He's like, he just gives up and goes like, yeah, hey, look, you got us. You didn't present evidence, but you got us. I mean, look at you, Schneider. You're such a beautiful man. And you got like, was it Troy Baker's voice? How could we say no to that? You know, you're so charismatic. We're developed in your godliness that we just can't use critical thinking skills. I mean, you got to be kidding me here. And Detard's response is so sad because he should have said, listen, I don't care what you're saying. There's no evidence to back this up. I mean, listen, maybe he does his power, maybe he doesn't. Who cares? Next, what else you got for us? Nothing? Great. I'm gonna go tell Zero what we discussed here, and then you can F off and we'll discuss it later. Or something like that. But to be like, yeah, you know what? You got us, but like it doesn't matter. That's really dumb. Like you can't you can't just do that, man. He gave up. He's waving the white flag when there's no reason to. Again, we're all like, we have no evidence in this case at all. It's just claim and more claims. Like Ogie is a witness that was called to the stand and he testifies, even though he's technically compromised and he has a bias. But he's still, he's still testified. Nobody has cross-examined him like they tried to with Schneisel, which was the worst cross-exam I've ever seen in my life. And I've seen some pretty bad cross-examinations. So there's no cross-examination of Ogie. They just take his word for it because, why not, right? But, oh my God, this is so stupid. By the way, the next thing he says, to be honest, I don't know what the hell he's talking about here, so we'll have to break it down.
Argument 2. What if Lelouch decides that the Black Knights are no longer useful to him, or that they have too much agency? Simply put, now that they know the truth, Zero can't be trusted.
I legitimately do not know what he's saying here, so let's go through this line by line. I'm confused. Okay, so let's see. What if Lelouch decides the Black Knights are no longer useful to him or that they have too much agency? Simply put, now they know the truth, Zero can't be trusted. I mean, I don't know what the point here is. Are you saying that they can't work with Lelouch because he may not find them useful? But isn't a discussion about this is like a strange, not straw man, but like a red herring almost? Like, why are we talking about Lelouch abandoning the Black Knights? The whole point was that, like, okay, take a step back here. The entire, like, all we've discussed so far, like in the episode itself, is the fact that Lelouch is a Britannian prince and has a Giast power. There hasn't been a discussion about Zero abandoning them like he did in the Black Rebellion at the end of season 1. That's a fair point, but I feel like it's already been addressed because, again, they still followed him after the Black Rebellion. Excuse me. I mean, if they were willing to follow him then after he abandoned them, then isn't his point kind of moot at this point? Sorry, I said point twice. Isn't it moot then because they already discussed, like this already happened in the story and they moved on from it? Again, I might be like misunderstanding this. I just didn't. I honestly, I've read this like these sentences several times. I don't know what he's saying. How does knowing that Lelouch is a prince and his Giast have anything to do with the prior sentences where he's saying if Lelouch doesn't need him anymore, then like what's he gonna do? Use Giast on them to take them out? According to Schneisel, he already did use Giast on them. So like, what are you even saying at this point? I don't know. Are you asking like a question? Are you making a statement? I honestly, I don't know what is being presented here. It doesn't seem like it's a valid anything. I don't know. It's like I don't know. I'm legitimately confused as to what's being presented here, but okay. If any of you understand this statement, legitimately tell me what he's saying because I don't get it. I can speak English, but I'm not sure where we're going with this.
But Schneisel doesn't need to rely on hypotheticals. He can simply point to times in the past when Zero has clearly broken their trust.
It's funny because he doesn't actually do that in the way that you would think he would do that. You see, here's the thing. I think I get this now. What he's saying before was Lelouch will abandon them or something, and then he's going to point out examples of where that happened. But again, Schneisel doesn't really do that. What he does do is he likes to play. He plays another game of claims where he just throws, "Here's more stuff at you. Here are people that Lelouch might use Gias on." And he said, like, just to be clear, he said trustworthy, right? Let me go back a couple seconds here.
Zero can't be trusted, but Schneisel doesn't need to rely on hypotheticals. He can simply point to times in the past when Zero has clearly broken their trust.
Okay, so here's the thing. Most of the events that relate to people he used Gias on, I would not qualify as breaking trust with the Black Knights. Now, sure, not explaining why Detard or Guilford, not Detard, Jeremiah or Guilford or Galhai worked with them, maybe that's a breach of trust. But in the end, it doesn't really matter because it's not like I don't think that really matters a whole lot compared to other things because it's not like how do I put this? Them knowing or not knowing why they're supporting Lelouch, I don't think matters unless it does, in the sense that like they do something behind everyone's back, which did happen with the Gias Order massacre, but that was more Rollo than anybody else. That was the only time I could think of where using Gias, where Jeremiah and Guilford, like them, and even Go High, where that actually like it put their it confused the hell out of them in like a negative sense, where not just questioning why he's helping them out, but more like, okay, but you guys do something behind the scenes.
Schneisel has done this.
Oh, sorry, I hit the wrong button. But behind the scenes or something. In that case, you might have a point. But 90% of these Gias usages don't really show times that Lush betrayed their trust or something. Yes, you have Kusakabe, but even then, it's like that one's also really a strange situation. But yeah, if Schneisel, see, here's the thing. All Schneisel has to do to prove this point, which Kato, listen, I will say one thing. Zero is absolutely correct, or Kato, or whatever hell he is. Schneisel could prove his point by showing times where Zero was, where he was, what's the word? He betrayed their trust, right? But here's the thing. You don't have to go through this strange form of this whole formal process you created. You could just bring up the Gias Order massacre and then you win because Toto has evidence. Cornelia can testify to it. You can actually go to the site and find evidence that it happened. There's more. You have more physical evidence to prove it, and then Zero is basically he's in trouble. Plus, you can also pin him to that time because when he's doing that, I believe Detard told everyone the Black Knight he was on a special mission during the same time. So you can actually point him, you can pin him to the location. If you want to point out about mistrust, that is literally all you had to do. And so that's the frustration with this whole thing where you don't have to do all this to get your point across. The Gia or massacre is all you need to essentially have the Black Knights betray Lelouch. You don't have to go beyond that. You could, I suppose, you could open up to these other things, but the Gias or massacre should be the primary primary thing that they use, but it's never brought up in this episode. That's the problem here. So I do agree with the premise, but the execution I do not.
Homework, and he brought receipts.
When he does homework, I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but like when did Schneider actually gather this information? I know it seems like, like an hour before or something, but because a lot of these people he wouldn't know about, and I can honestly say I don't think he would know half the people here had Gias used on them. You have to have known about Gias works to start looking into this stuff. And as far as I know, he didn't really accept it until I believe it was turn 17, where he's like, okay, now I accept this Gias power exists or something. Then maybe he started looking into it then. But some of these events happened like way early on in the story, and some of these events are things he wouldn't even know about or think to know about. And that's why it's so frustrating to like this document of contrivance, which is what I call it, is there's nothing here. Like, yeah, these are claims. Who cares? If the Black Knights don't know half these people, I don't think it means anything to them.
He shows up with documents on every person Zero has ever backstabbed.
And of course, like I said before, this comes after the recording, not before, but he frames it the other direction, which is kind of important because of the way he argues this. Not a huge deal, but, you know.
After Gios, that they don't know.
They actually don't know about this. That's the funny part.
Starting with two people Toto knows well, Lieutenant Colonel Kusakabe and General Katsuse. Kusakabe is the one responsible for the hotel jacking, who Zero ordered to commit suicide with his Gios, and General Katsuse had requested the aid of the Black Knights before Zero used him as bait for Cornelia's forces and blew him up. They probably think Zero used Gios to tell Katsuse to use the liquid Sakuradai for a kamikaze attack. After this, we see...
But how would he even know to suspect that? Like, no one thought it was odd that Kusakabe killed himself, except for, I believe, Senba. Because in the following episode, I think Senba was like, well, no one tried to stop him. I believe that's what he said. But generally speaking, nobody suspected it. And no one even knew he committed suicide outside of Yuffie, the JLF, and Zero. No one else knew he killed himself. I'm pretty sure the building exploded, and I assume Kusakabe was found dead. I don't know even how, to be fair, I don't even know how the JLF found that out, because I assume that when they found his body, again, in a building that collapsed, I assume the sword was already gone. Maybe they found the blade in his chest and they assumed he killed himself, even though it could have been other things as well. Like, I don't know, someone stabbed him. But that's one of those things where that was a very internal manner. I have no idea how Schneizel found that out. That would have been interesting if there's like scene of Schneizel investigating this stuff, but that would have taken setup and work. Two things that were not applied to this whole thing. And really, half the people on here, again, how would Schneizel know this? This guy here, this was some dude in like stage 7 who's part of the Saitama Ghetto incident. How the hell would Schneizel even know that he would have been Gios? Like, what a strange thing. Of course, you don't have that guy that Lucy used Gios on, and I believe, was it stage 7 as well, to get his nightmare frame? He's not conveniently on here, but this random terrorist is. Now, he claims, by the way, that Cornelia like gave him information about this or something. Like, do we see that? No. He literally, I mean, that has to be insane. That can't possibly be the case, because he didn't know. I'm about to say that, which is not true. I mean, not relevant. He didn't reunite with Cornelia until literally minutes ago. Are you telling me that he reunited with Cornelia and then she's like, hey, can you go through this document really quickly and tell me who you think Lucius Gios on? By the way, he has a Gios part. You know what that is? Okay, let's go through that. Okay, now go through this document really quickly. You know, fast and fast. And here's like 100,000 people or something. How many people do you think you know of that he might be with Gios on? I'm like, come on, that's ridiculous. That didn't happen. This document contrivance is so frustrating.
More documents. From right to left, we have Izumi.
Now, by the way, I hate this part of the episode because this is literally pointless information. I mean, yeah, you can go through every single person to explain why they might be connected in some way. But I think the bigger question you have to ask is, yeah, you could go through, I suppose, but like, how Schneizel made the document, when he made it, these are kind of important questions, because if we don't know the information, it's a contrivance. He just has it because the plot needs him to have it. That's not good writing.
The former leader of the Yamato Alliance, Gilbert G.
See, he doesn't even mention, by the way, who this person is. Like, actually, maybe he does later on, I'm not sure. But like I still don't know how he could have known that.
P. Guilford, Gao Hai, one of the high eunuchs of the Chinese Federation, Shirley Finette, Jeremiah Gottwald, an unnamed teacher at Ashford Academy.
It wasn't actually a teacher. He made this was a mistake. It was not a teacher. It was actually the guy in turn 3, I believe, that Lush asked to, or Gios, to use the alarm. It was not a teacher.
No idea how they found out about that one.
And by the way, I still agree with him. There's no way they could have found out, because That happened with the OSI, and the OSI wasn't sharing information with the Britannian military. Lelouch literally confirmed that, and I believe it was in like turn 6 or something. So there's no, at least in this version of the story, there's no way that Schneider could even know it exists. Like he could know this happened because the OSI literally they don't share information, so it's kind of dumb to me. That's why I find that one among many of these things is just ridiculous. Like that literally is classified information. He could not know that because they literally do not share information with each other. So okay.
Andreas Dalton, an unnamed arms dealer with ties to the Black Knights, and
actually he has no ties to the Black Knights. He, as far as I know, he only performed one duty in the whole series. He was Gios to make Lelouch's suit. He lost memories. And that was it. He's not. He might be an arms dealer. I don't believe so. He even Lelouch substituted for him in like a chess game or something. The first episode, he makes his costume. He told him to erase all the evidence. That one's also like makes no sense.
Of course, Euphemia and Suzaku Kurugi. It's possible that there are even more documents here because after this we see that Clovis and Valletta.
By the way, I mean, Clovis, I'm not sure how you came to that conclusion. And Valletta, again, just because she tells you doesn't mean anything.
Also got their own files. And Schneisel follows up this horrifying revelation with one even scarier thought.
Again, this happens later on in the episode. The order of stuff is just like, it's whacked. This is not what happened. There's the voice recording, and then he brings this up. It's kind of important because while I don't think it works in any sense, but if you at least present how it's done, because it's supposed to be a play-by-play, this is the wrong order of events. But again, I have a theory that most people watch this video, hence it's shown a long time, so they took Kato's word for it. Which, by the way, I would say that's fine to do most of the time because Kato is pretty well versed, but I can tell he's a bit rusty in his knowledge because he made up a lot of stuff, as we've already discussed.
Who knows who is being affected by Zero's Gios or how it's controlling them?
Well, here's the thing, though. You don't even know how Gios works. This statement is insane to me because we're not even there yet. You have to prove Gios exists, Lelouch has it, and he used it. So how would you, the leaps here are insane. No one should be even remotely, this. The statement means nothing. Literally nothing. And of course, here's another part about that that's even worse, is that let's say, for the sake of argument, that this actually meant something to anybody, then wouldn't that mean that this could play a bigger role in the story? I know it sounds crazy, but why don't the Black Knights, after the fact, think about what Schneider said, where are they being controlled by Zero or not? And are they doing this because of their own free will? That's kind of the same thing, actually. It never plays a role in the story. It's a subplot that gets abandoned for some reason. Another bad sign of Brian. You never want to abandon subplots like that. Because here's the thing. I'm willing to go along with this. I mean, obviously, assuming evidence is presented that proves Gios' existence and Lelouch has it, right? Assuming we cross that bridge. I'm willing to entertain this idea if it actually is relevant to the story. In other words, after this point, the Black Knights consider the fact they might be mind controlled by Zero the whole time, and maybe it has some kind of payoff or something later on in the story. But it doesn't. It's a throwaway line that means nothing. Like half the crap in this episode. It's just a throwaway line. It should have been something, it should be theoretically a bigger thing because everyone's like, oh my God, are we under mind control? One episode later, all right, let's go do our thing and, whatever. It's like, again, characters like this is not how you should write anything. You can't introduce concepts like this and just abandon them because it's no longer convenient. And also, you have to wonder if Schneider was under Gios' command, can you trust what he's saying? Right? I mean, it goes both ways. If you really think about what Schneider was saying here, then maybe he's being controlled to do this for some reason. Or how can you trust him if Zero's controlling him? But again, we don't even know how Gios works, and nobody asks questions. So, here we are. But this, you can't just do this with no prior setup of any kind. You have to, the amount of leaps you have to do to get us to this point is insane to me. God dang it, man.
In case you're wondering who these characters are on these cards, let me help you out.
I can't wait.
Izumi's resistance group was used as bait for Zero's hero complex, and Lelouch did use his Gios to get one of his communicators into the hands of Izumi. This one was probably just a guess on Schneisel's and Cornelius' part.
Cornelia literally reunited with Schneisel like 5 minutes before this meeting. Are you serious right now? When will they have time to do that? That's bull crap. And how would you guys even be on your file list? Did they go through like every single person who was a terrorist that was found and they said, hey, maybe this guy was used by Luch, Zero or something? Like, this is why you can't just throw a stupid document and just be like, here we go, evidence. Even though these are just claims, by the way. This is not evidence. This is just claims. These are not receipts because it's suspected, right? They're not confirmed Gias. These are not confirmed case of Lucius and Gias. These are suspected. That means it's a theory. And you got to prove the theory of the case. You can't just be like, hey, here's more claims. Half this crap is claims, not actual evidence. But again, no one was investigating this. You have to show them investigating this information. This is important. And are you saying, like, you might be asking, so they should spend half the show of Schneisel investigating? Yeah, you know what? You probably should if you want to have a payoff like this. If you want this to work, they have to be investigating this throughout the story. You have to have scenes where characters are looking into stuff and noticing anomalies. And so when the mystery is resolved, it's got a nice payoff. You can't just have a character enter a room, get information we never see him look into, and then present it to everybody. That's not how you write stuff. Again, that's a massive plot hole, and it like ruins the entire story. It's like the plot had to bend to Schneisel's will for this to work. And that's not how it should work at all. I guess the word work. The word work twice, but whatever.
Guilford was an extremely obvious case with the Black Knights themselves.
How was it an obvious case? This is another thing I can't stand. And it's not just Kato. Everyone makes a stupid argument when they defend this episode. Basically, this is the argument, right? Because, again, it's what the Gias fits crap. Because it could explain things, we're going to go with it. We're going to go with the most insane explanation to justify something, right? Are there other reasons why Guilford might have betrayed Britannia? Yes, there are. Now, this is the problem I have with this, where it's like with Yuffie too. She killed everyone or the massacre of the Saz, so therefore it must have been Gias, right? But we know that's true. Would the characters make that conclusion? No. Why? They don't know Gias exists. They don't know how Gias works. Why would they assume a supernatural thing was the cause of something that could have been done by other means? Again, it's not about what you believe. It's about what you can prove. And there's no proof of this. You can come up with many more plausible explanations as to why Guilford is working with the Black Knights. Here's one. Maybe Cornelia was being held hostage and he had to work with them to keep her safe because it turned out she was being held hostage. So that's one thing you could potentially say about Guilford. It's a real explanation because he likes Cornelia, obviously. Maybe he got a call from Zero saying, I have her house held hostage. You better do what I say or, she dies or something. That could work. The timetables do add up, right? I'm not even really trying to come up with an explanation. I'm just there's like one thing you can go.
Themselves were questioning why the stalwart Knight of Britannia would be aiding its greatest enemies on the battlefield.
Yes, they were questioning it for sure. I agree. It is odd, but again, you can't just use the divine fallacy as your explanation for things. That's like saying God did it. Like what made the galaxy or the universe or everything? God did it. Great. Okay, next person, please. You can't do that crap. You got to actually like establish things and have evidence.
And that was one episode before this one. Yeah.
Yes, but did you even watch that episode, dude?
Kohai is another name they're recently familiar with. He's the one who met Zero once and suddenly became infatuated with him to the point that he was acting very out of character, even in Jinkei's opinion.
Yeah, but did Jinkei tell the Black Knight he was acting out of character? The answer is no. Now, Ogi did say, like, okay, that's what explains why Gao Hai acted so weird, but I don't recall the Black Knights even being suspicious of the fact that Gao Hai was acting weird. But I'll give the episode credit. At least they had Ogi question that. But again, these are just claims. And I can't emphasize that enough. You can say whatever you want, but if you don't prove it.
Shirley Finette is a name they would hardly recognize, of course.
That's not true because Valletta would recognize it. Or if Colin was present, she'd recognize it as well. But yes, most of them wouldn't know who she is. That's why her being here is kind of random. I don't know. And also, how's this prove that Lelouch? Whatever, just move on.
But Schneisel would be happy to elaborate on her importance to the conversation, to paint his brother as a cruel and calculating man. Lelouch used his Gios to erase her knowledge of his double life. Jeremiah thought.
Now, here's the thing I will also say in terms of Shirley, which I actually this is one of the only cases where I can see how Schneisel learned about it, because literally in the voice recording, assuming he got the whole thing recorded, we don't know that, but I'm going to assume, pretty fair assumption. Suzaku brings up Shirley Finette, and Lelouch says that Suzaku said, "What happened to Shirley?" And Lelouch says, I killed her or whatever. And so there's something there. But you know what? Now that I think about it, no, he would have no knowledge of what happened to Shirley. Never mind. I'm taking that back. I'm going to change that in the script. Now I think about it, he can only assume, excuse me, he can assume that Lelouch did something to Shirley, killed her, but he can't assume he used Gios on her. How would he have known that? How would he have known he had a thing with Shirley to begin with? Did Valletta tell him? He never talked to Valletta. It's like that meme where he's like the numbers flying behind me, or in front of me. I'm like, how would he know that information? Now that I'm thinking about it, was there a record of Shirley's death? Did Suzaku tell him? Did he look into it further? But again, even if she died, how would that be use of Gios though? Okay, you know what? I have no. Now I think about it, it makes no damn sense. You can definitely argue Schneisel knew that Lelouch killed her, but he has no idea that he used Gios on her. It's not even a bluff. It's like literally just contrivance. He has no idea.
Waltz is yet another extremely obvious and public example, but
it's not obvious at all. But okay.
But at least this time, Zero said.
Here's the thing: the word "obvious" cannot be used here because Gios isn't obvious. Now saying that someone's still alive because they're breathing would be obvious. Saying someone betrayed his army because someone used a supernatural power on them that no one knows about and can't be proven to exist would not be considered obvious. You can say plausible. You can say probable. You can say maybe is a thing. But you can't say obvious. Obvious, if he was obvious, he wouldn't be listed here, right? But okay.
Something so random and obscure that people assume Jeremiah must have had good reason for his actions. But Jeremiah is another person that the Black Knights can't comprehend fighting beside. Another weakness Lelouch introduced to his own organization.
Here's the thing, though. That actually doesn't play as a big role as he thinks it does. I got you in my battery in a couple minutes. But because the only people who were suspicious about Jeremiah being there, as far as I'm concerned, was, I think, Rakshata and Asahina, I believe. That was it. No one else really talked about it too much. Now, I will say that it didn't really play a huge role, in a weakness in the organization, because most people didn't seem to care one way or another that Jeremiah was present. And also, you can actually explain Jeremiah away without Gios, because guess what? Gios didn't work on him, so he was there because he wanted to be with Lelouch, which is further proof to the point that just because you have the most insane explanation doesn't mean that's the one you should go with. That's the problem here with all this stuff. It's like, because the most insane thing could be the answer, that's what we're going with, even though that's
and seriously, no. I have no idea how they found out about Lelouch's history teacher
It wasn't Lelouch's history. Okay, I don't think so. I will explain that one.
Hit with Gios. I don't even know how this man would have realized what happened, let alone Valletta or Schneisel.
But Valletta wasn't even helping. Oh my freaking God. Valletta wasn't even involved. There's even more stuff I didn't realize. Valletta is not involved in making this document, because how could she? She literally arrived before it. Oh my God. And then Cornelia couldn't have been involved either. You can't just make oh my God. All right, get together. I mean, here's the way I put it. Valletta was either imprisoned or her memories were fudged up the whole time, or with the OSI. How could she have worked with Schneisel to make the document if she literally she literally found out the existence of the document the moment it was presented? She wasn't involved in putting it together. saying her name here means absolutely nothing. Now, was he referencing her to say that she would point him out? I mean, maybe, but here's another thing too. Let's say it was the gym teacher, which it wasn't. And by the way, it was the history teacher he used Gias on, not the gym teacher. I know I got no life. But anyways, like he didn't know she'd be present at the meeting. He had no idea. That's the thing too. I've heard theories that like Schneisel and Vlad worked together on this, like what's being presented here. But here's the thing though. He didn't know she was imprisoned on the Ikaruga. He didn't know she was even working for the OSI because he didn't know what the OSI was. So there's no way any of that could have worked. It's like they worked through like what, telekinesis, osmosis, like. But I'm just being absurd at this point and like silly. But like, oh my god, like where are we right now? I don't know.
We have Andreas Dalton, who disappeared during Bloody Yuffie's massacre and reappeared at the end of Part 1 to help Zero defeat Cornelia. After that, Lelouch was sure to thank him properly for his assistance.
See, this one's interesting to me because I do agree that, and by the way, when I say agree, I'm being like very generous with that statement. I could definitely say that, sure, Dalton was a little suspicious. However, Schneisel had this document prepared way before he landed on Ikaruga. At least I hope to God he did, because that would have been really weird. I assume he wasn't making this on the fly before they landed. Can you imagine? It's like, Cannon, where's the documents? Oh shoot! Here, let's put it together really quickly. Come on, Cannon, give it to me. I forgot. Oh, damn. Dalton. Do we know about Dalton? Didn't Cornelia say that he might have done something? I don't remember that conversation. I mean, because here's the thing, though. I don't know how Schneider would have assumed that information about Cornelia being present, who was absent for most of R2. She went on to do her own thing, I guess. Like, they really fudged up Cornelia's character, so that's a whole nother topic. But yeah, I mean, Cornelia wasn't involved in making this document. There's no time for that to have occurred. Only Cornelia could have made that connection. Otherwise, Dalton was killed by Zero, and yeah, I guess he took out Cornelia too, but I don't even know that was even public knowledge. I don't know what was public knowledge and what wasn't, because we're not told to it. It's not told to us. And I think, again, that's important because of this payoff here. Normally, I wouldn't give a damn who knew what about anything, but when you're going to actually use it as evidence in like a formal saying to betray Lelouch, you kind of need to establish that, and they kind of don't. So here we are.
The unnamed arms dealer is actually a weird one. I do remember that Lelouch used Gias on him in Part 1, but the occasion and reason behind it both escape me at the moment. Maybe you guys can help me out in the comments.
By the way, I found out recently this is not actually a gap. YouTubers first will do this. They will purposely make mistakes in their videos to get engagement. I never knew that was a thing. It's kind of scummy, but I guess that's how the game is played. I generally make mistakes because I forgot stuff. Kato is doing this, I'm going to assume, to get engagement on this video, not because he actually doesn't know who this is. I could be wrong, but I heard like people who are experts, quote unquote, say that like people make mistakes on videos on purpose to get engagement. Which, I mean, it works because people are always quick to like point out negatives. I know that better than most, unfortunately. But yeah, this guy was literally told to make Lelouch's costume, a Zero costume. Then he was told to destroy the evidence. So how did Schneisel know it existed when the evidence was literally destroyed? Like, you see how stupid that is? Like, there's no proof that it even was a thing. He figured out it was a thing. Like, by that logic, I guess you could go to like every single person. And again, we don't see the actual investigation here. So
then we have the big ones. Euphemia and Suzaku. No one in the Black Knights, aside from Colin, really knows why, but Zero and Suzaku have always had a strange relationship in Code Geass.
This is true, but it does not play a factor into the story. It's a fallacy. He makes a huge like but like there's no or oopsie, big oopsie, no recovery. He claims later on that the Black Knights knew the two had a relationship, therefore it works. I'm like, no, they didn't. They never once suspected it. You have to show that to be established in the story, and they don't. So, yeah, no thing that doesn't work.
Zero tried to help Suzaku and convert him time and time again in R1, even when it would have been much more expedient to just destroy him in the Lancelot.
Here's the thing, though. He only tried to convert him You know, now I think about it, this statement's not even true. But let's go through what I mean. He tried to convert him twice in the story. That's it. The first time was in stage 4. Yeah, stage 4. And during that time, he didn't know that Suzaku was in the land slot, which is important. So he tried to kill him. Actually, he tried to take him out in stage 2, but again, he didn't know he was actually in the land slot. Okay. The next time was in stage 18. And during that point, it actually was explained in the story why he wouldn't want to take out Lelouch. I mean, Zero. Damn it. Why Lelouch wouldn't want to take out Suzaku. In fact, you know what? I gotta be honest. What are you talking about? Okay, all right, calm down. But seriously, what are you talking about here? I mean, oh boy, there was an entire conversation between Lelouch. Well, it wasn't a conversation. Yeah, no, it was a conversation. I'm sorry, it was a conversation where he tells Detard, don't kill. I'm sorry, back up. My mind is like is going too fast here. There was a conversation about how to handle Zaku in stage 18, I believe, and where they all agreed to not kill him. It wasn't a matter of like it'd be easier to kill Zaku. Zero wouldn't do it because no one wanted him to. They literally said, "Don't do this." Dieter was like, "We should kill him," and Ogi and Toto were like, "Yeah, no, don't do that." And then when Dieter tried to have Zaku killed, Zero told him to back off. And then when he told everyone he wasn't going to kill Zaku, they're like, "Oh, thank God." And I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, it didn't happen in the story. Jeez, I didn't realize when I was going through this video a couple days ago, but this is not even true. This is like, that's not what happened." The only time where Lelouch didn't kill Zaku when he could have was in stage 17, at least in context to what he's talking about. But in that situation, they left and they didn't suspect it was because it's Zaku, their connection. It was because Toto's like, "Oh, I see, unwinnable battle is not sitting as a lost battle." To be honest, I don't know what that means. Like an unwinnable battle is not the same thing as a lost battle. I don't know, but I notice people do this too, and I'm just as guilty. So this is a personal attack on myself. When you haven't watched a show in a long time, you love to make generalizations. You don't verify. Like Shonen and Showdown did the same crap. They're like, Illusion and Nunnally are always going back and forth. They're always fighting each other. I'm like, when did this happen? You mean the one time they fought in the end of the show? They never fight each other. But I remember he said that he was like, they always go back and forth fighting each other. I'm like, when did they ever do that in the story? I don't mean to be rude here, but it always pisses me off when people don't do their due diligence and they get rewarded anyways with like lots of views and engagement. I don't understand. It's like, do people not give a shit if you don't do your homework? And like, yeah, that makes sense, whatever. Anyway, that's just my saltiness coming in here. But still, this didn't actually happen, the story as he's presenting it.
And then there was the event where Zero used Gios on Suzaku. Very publicly, in front of the entire Black Knights, Suzaku had Zero.
It was not public, by the way. They were literally inside the land slot. Nobody saw what the hell happened in there. You got to be joking me. They were in the land slot. That's not public. Yes, they were outside. Yes, but they were inside a rope machine. They didn't hear jack shit. Remember what happened? The radio wasn't working properly, and also they were inside something. They didn't see what happened. Come on, man, work with me here. They were not outside. Nobody saw what happened. Okay.
Dead to rights. Then, seconds from death, and in the middle of their screaming match, Suzaku.
They weren't having a screaming match. Was anyone even listening to it because they were in the nightmare frames? And again, the radio wasn't working properly. It was jammed because of the Gekkan Disturber.
He decides to save Zero's life.
He didn't really save Zero's life. He saved his own life. I mean, he did tell him to save Zero, but also himself as well. And here's the problem with this. I'm willing to go with him on this point. I think there is some validity here. The problem is it never comes up in the story. Nobody ever asks the question of what just happened. Nobody cares. In the next episode, the discussion is about if they should like leave Zero or not, or look for him. No one asked about why Suzaku decided to go and save him. If it was brought up in the story, you'd have a point, but it wasn't. And that's the issue. Again, your version of the story, like your headcanon fan fiction, I'm all in favor of it. I think it fixed a lot of problems, but it doesn't actually resolve. It didn't happen, rather. Of course, it was very suspicious. But at the same time, though, you could explain why Suzaku decided last minute he wanted to live. I mean, that's what happened, right? It's not obvious. It's only obvious to you because, or the audience, because we know what happened. But again, would the characters think this? The answer is no.
What happened there? And then Euphemia, an even stranger case.
I mean, yes, but the conclusion you come to is not.
The Black Knights didn't really believe the specially administrated zone was going to be a trap. Everyone believed Euphemia was exactly who she seemed to be, because she was.
Well, yes, but she also could not have been either. We don't. I mean, yes, she did seem honest and things of that nature. But there were, first of all, oh, all right, my camera just died. 1 second. Let me stop the cam. How do I do that? All right, 1 second. Let me go and change my battery. I got a point it will make, but I'm just gonna. Just in case people are confused what's going on, let me just add something real quick. And let me get rid of, and then, yeah, let's remove this. All right, I'll be right back. Let's see if this worked. Yay! But we didn't get a full cam though. Oh wow, that's fine. Did we get one? Let me check. No, we still have the same problem. That's fine. Okay. So we're talking. Oh yeah. So Yuffie beat like the whole situation with Yuffie. It's like everything else. It's example of, well, because it does explain things, therefore it's the obvious explanation. Reality wise, that's not how anything should be judged. It should be judged on if it actually, what is the most reasonable explanation that you can actually prove with evidence, not whatever you just want to believe because that's my monitor. If we did want to show you guys that, I use double monitors when I stream because I'd be screwed if I did. Okay. All right. That's the problem here. Now, like everything else, there are more plausible explanations to what happened to Yuffie, including one where Lelouch and Yuffie were going to work together to stage something that kind of backfired. There are possible explanations besides the fact that Gias was involved. Essentially, the most insane should not be the first and most possible explanation. We would know that, the characters would not. That's the problem with this logic. We're, by the way, 8 minutes in. I think I had something else to say here. I'm not sure. Okay.
But it was suspicious how Zero demanded an audience alone with her, and how even she didn't want Suzaku, her knight and boyfriend, standing between them. So there's clearly something going on between Zero and Suzaku. And there's also clearly something going on between Zero and Euphemia.
Again, the characters don't piece this together. You have to mention that. Do the characters make these claims? No, they don't. They don't think this. You can't just say they did when they didn't. That's why we're having these problems with the video, because you are essentially just making stuff up. And that's fine if you want to make up stuff. I'm not gonna stop you, but that didn't happen. I think it would have been a brilliant setup if there was suspicions about it, but it didn't happen. Even Dieter wasn't like, oh, their connection's kind of weird. It was more like, how do you make this happen to begin with? It wasn't even, we're not even there yet.
Very spicy.
The thing about this whole incident with Euphemia is that there's no evidence to prove any of this happened, and that's why the whole recording is bullshit, which we'll get to later. But there's no physical evidence they used Gias on her. There's no physical evidence Gias even exists, but even there was, getting to this point is even more ridiculous.
Another thing to note about the Euphemia incident is how it tainted the Britannian royal family.
This point here makes no damn sense, which I'll go over in a second.
After that event, it is impossible to justify the idea that the Japanese should trust a member of the Britannian royal family. So this aspect of the reveal might psychologically be an even bigger deal breaker than him potentially using Gias on them. People often point out that they would.
Okay, what did you just say? I'm gonna I want to go through this point by point. I'm literally bewildered right now. You said that nobody in the royal family should be trusted because of what happened. So why are they trusting Schneisel then? Isn't he in the royal family? Oh my god, dude! Did you even read this? I'm such an asshole. I probably never be able to collab with him now. I probably killed like my. If you're ever going to collab on something, I think I just killed it by this video. But whatever, or live stream. You literally said that the Euphemia thing tainted the royal family, so Japan would never believe in anyone in the royal family. Royal family. Sorry, I'm getting like this is really hurting my brain. Then why would they trust Schneisel? Why would they trust Cornelia? That's such a strange argument. It has like no basis in reality. And then if you want to go further, people were trusting Nunnally when she wanted to remake the SAS. It was a dumb decision, I feel like. Or it wasn't dumb, but it could have been done better, I suppose. They were trusting her. I don't know. I'm not sure where we are right now, and it's a really strange place where we're on hypotheticals that are like it's. I mean, this is like the same crap I got in that Bleach video I made, which some people made counter arguments, and I was like, where the hell are we right now? We're in a strange place. We're like headcanon land. This is like beyond headcanon land. I don't know. I'm honestly lost here because one, I mean, let's state an even more obvious claim. Besides the fact that I just debunked it because it like literally contradicts the episode because Schneisel was believed despite being in the royal family, right? Let's put that aside for a moment, but that's kind of important. Do characters even acknowledge this? Is this a thing in the story? Are people like, well, we don't trust Nunnally because she's part of the royal family? Was that even discussed? I mean, damn, like I didn't realize how like it's crazy that the version of the story this person Kato thinks exists, it doesn't. Like, I'm not saying R2 is a shallow story, but I will say, like, if this is what you think the story is about, I have to question, do we watch the same anime? Because look, Code Geass is great and I like both seasons, but these are like strange parts that didn't actually happen. You know, like DX purposely misinterpreted the story to promote his agenda. I can't prove that, but I have a theory. I think legitimately Kato thinks this is what actually happened in the story. I don't know why he thinks that, but he does.
There's no reason for them to believe the voice on the recording was actually Zero.
Yes, there is no reason to believe the voice on the recording is Zero. And what he says, by the way, okay.
Most of them have never heard Lelouch's voice without some sort of interference, with the exception of Ogi and Tamaki.
Let me think. Yeah, that's right. Because that was when they met with Taizo. It's funny how you remember that part, but nothing else. Yeah, Taizo was. They all heard his voice. Colin did also, but keep in mind he was technically, I would say, far enough away. They also couldn't really hear what he was saying. So just to
But Tamaki actually did doubt the veracity of that recording.
And shouldn't that tell you everything you need to know about it?
But everyone knows there's some strange history between Suzaku Kururugi and Zero.
So what? No one ever talks about it.
And they definitely know his voice.
Is Suzaku confirmed in the recording? No.
Besides, the voice in the recording is clear and doesn't sound suspicious or false.
What? How would you even judge that? Not suspicious or false. How would you judge that exactly? Psycho has technology where she can literally be Lelouch and mask his voice. You're telling me Schneider doesn't have the same technology? How would you even judge if something was genuine or not suspicious? Here's something suspicious that, again, basic common sense would dictate if you were in this room. Hey, it's a little odd, just me, just like crazy thought, right? So you haven't proven that Gias exists. You haven't proven Luch has Gias, or Luch is even zero. And now all of a sudden, you have a recording with him saying, I used Gias on Yuffie to cause the Saz massacre. Now, ain't that a coinky dink? How the hell did, that seems really off to me. That seems really convenient that you happen to have a voice recording. It just so happens to indicate everything you needed to say. I mean, you can't get more. That's like a huge red flag. I'd be somewhat on board if it was like Luch saying he had Gias power. Okay, fine. But you got Zero to admit on recording that he used Gias on Yuffie to cause the massacre. I mean, think about the implication of getting that on recording, right? Think about the implication of that. That's insane to me that he would ever admit to that to anybody, let alone Suzaku Kudarugi. It must have been a very, assuming it even happened, a very, insane situation for that to have occurred. But like, if you really think about it, that shouldn't really work at all. That's very suspicious. And here's another thing too. There's no context for this conversation at all. We don't know when this happened, who said it, and of course, more importantly, how Schneisel obtained this information. I think it's kind of important how he got the recording of Zero talking to Suzaku about a very personal matter. Don't you think that's kind of strange that he would happen to be discussing this with him? But the most important thing is there's no context. We don't know why this happened. And that's important because when if Zero was being, when if he was being forced to say it, maybe when if he was blackmailed, or it wasn't really his voice, right? And you might be saying, well, he sounded genuine on there. Just so you know, he's lying to Suzaku on the recording. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but that's not even what happened. He used Gias on Yuffie because it was an accident, not because he actually wanted to do it. That was the truth. So what he's telling Suzaku on the recording is actually a lie. So what does that prove? It means that you could be genuine. Also, you can be like calm and collected on the recording, or how you present yourself, and you could still lie. One thing that's been presented in the story is that Lucius is a massive manipulator. So it's like, the word genuine has no meaning here in context to that. Yes, the recording is bullshit. You need context. And why does anyone point out that Zaku's on the other end? No one does that. Don't you think we should establish who's here and why? I mean, that's kind of important, right? But no, the Black Knights don't question anything. It's like, yeah, of course. Of course he did it. I mean, this would never hold up in any court case. I legitimately, any lawyer would take this information and rip it to shreds. You wouldn't even get to court. If this was your evidence, you wouldn't even get to court. That's how bad this is. It's insane to me that this is even remotely, like, how you can defend this is insane. Genuine, not suspicious, right. There's nothing suspicious about the whole circumstance behind this evidence. And then something else too. Let's say, for sake of argument, which I'm not sure how you prove this, but let's say somehow, some way, this evidence was confirmed to be Zero talking to Suzaku. Both sides didn't know they were being recorded, which is already kind of suspicious, but they didn't know they were being recorded. And what Zero said, like, he's legitimately telling the truth, or he's telling what he thinks is the truth, okay? So what? How does that prove anything? Do you have physical evidence to show he used the Gias on Euphemia? No, you don't. You have somebody who thinks this is true. And you know how that expression goes. I believe you believe it, but that doesn't make it true. Just like Schneisel's claim. He believes Luch has Gias power. He believes Zero is his brother. Good for you, man. You didn't prove it, but good for you. This is the problem here. We're all on belief systems. There's nothing here has been substantiated. See, this would have worked if we had physical evidence that Lelouch and Euphemia did something that led to the Saz. Like maybe they had some voice recording, which they didn't because the camera turned off. But let's say, I don't know, he planted a voice recording on Euphemia or something. They went back and forth that way. Again, I wouldn't really buy it, but it's better than nothing. Okay, or perhaps there's actually footage, like hidden footage of what they were talking, because like Schneisel was like, you know what, I don't trust Zero. I'm gonna put a little hidden camera, and then he found out that they actually did some, fun stuff happened or something like that. Then the voice recording could add context to what happened here. See, voice recording can work, but it has to be like an add-on to something. Like if let's say there's a domestic abuse case where one person hit another person, we have physical evidence that abuse happened. The voice recording could be like an explanation for why the abuse happened. You know, we're kind of getting there. The problem with Euphemia, we don't even know Luce did anything to her to begin with. It's a guess, a claim, but there's no evidence to prove it. Cornelia is so confident about it. We have no idea how she knows that. Valletta is also confident about that. I'm not sure how she knows that. Even V2 and Charles, you could ask how the hell they knew that, but there's no like physical evidence to prove it. In fact, you have really the opposite. Like when Euphemia, no one can testify because I'm sure they're either dead or no longer part of the Britannian military. But when Euphemia ran away, Zero tried to stop her. Why would he try to stop her if he used Gias on her to do the acts, right? No one was there to see this, but the point I'm trying to make is that the only evidence that you could find would prove the counterclaim, not the actual claim. That's why this whole thing is bullcrap. And saying, well, it's genuine, not suspicious, you didn't even quantify how that fulfills that requirement. You just made that up. And the other point too he mentioned, I went on a long rant here. The other thing he mentioned too was the fact that the Black Knight suspected there was some kind of like thing between Luce and Zero. I mean, Jesus Christ. Zero and Zaku, and that's why this recording works. I went through the entire story in preparation for the video, and I can tell you with 100% certainty this is 100% a lie. And every single time when Lelouch does something for Zaku, it is never once questioned by the Black Knights why he specifically chose Zaku. Not once. When he rescued him in stage 4, Ogi doesn't act like, oh, that was cool he rescued Zaku. Why did he choose Zaku? Instead, what he said was, how would I put this? What was it? Oh, we never could have pulled it off ourselves. In 17, Toto didn't think that was odd. In 18, no one thought that was odd. In turn 8, no one thought it was odd that Zaku spared everyone because Zero was talking to him. 18, no one thought that was odd. I can go through. I think it's all there might be a couple more, but no one ever questioned it at one point or another. No one, you're literally suggesting characters thought in a way that was never shown to us in the story. I would be more willing to go with this point if there was something to indicate it happened, but it didn't happen, and that's the problem. And like I said before, because the story has gone out of its way to show us tell us how characters are feeling at a moment, you can't be like, well, sometimes the story tells us and sometimes the story doesn't tell us. That's the problem. You need to have it, you got to be consistent. If this is going to pay off in some way in the story, then you have to set it up. You got to have at least one or two moments where the Black Knights are like, you know what? Isn't it kind of odd how Zero always seems to do things for Zaku? Yeah, that thing is kind of odd. Okay, conversation over. We have something established. There's nothing. It's nothing, Burger. You made this up, like most points in this video, because you have to. You have to make up stuff to justify this episode. You have to stretch the truth. You have to You have to use headcanon because you can't really defend this episode. It's literally plot holes, contrivances, conveniences, character assassination. Like every bad thing you can have in a writing, every bad element in writing is present here. You want to learn what not to do, watch this episode and go through the points. Don't do this. This is literally what you should never do when writing a story.
But the real problem is that in their hearts, they already knew it was true before.
Here's the thing. I'm willing to accept the fact this is probably a correct interpretation. However, it shouldn't have, but that doesn't mean anything. If the writers tell you something, well, I'm a firm believer that just because the writer states something doesn't mean it should be accepted as oh yeah, of course, it's fine. That's not how that works, right? I mean, if a writer puts an event together in their story, if the event makes no sense, it doesn't matter if the writer made it canon. It still doesn't make any sense. So what you're doing here in the video, essentially, is you're just saying, well, I mean, the writer said so it's totally fine. I mean, yes, if you want to go that route, but no, it makes no sense. No case has been established at this point. We're literally like the Schneizel claim about Gias could have been used on him. we're not even there yet. We still got way more things, or I guess evidence to prove before we can get to that claim. If there was a mountain of evidence, then yeah, I could see this. But I don't know why the Black Knights were in their hearts knew it was true when there's no reason for them to think it was true. I don't know. Like they didn't even. Now I think about it, going further, they didn't even discuss the circumstance behind the Saz. They just said Lucius Gias on her. They didn't even discuss like how it all went down. You might think that's a little like nitpicky, but like it's kind of important because when it first happened, no one thought it was even really odd that Yuffie turned on everyone except for Detard. No one really thought it was weird. See, if everyone was like, okay, I think it was kind of odd what happened, then you can maybe say they would be more swayed to this new piece of information. But nobody even thought it was odd at all what happened, except for Detard and technically also Kyoto. They were kind of weird, confused too. But like Ogi, he was like, "Damn you, Euphemia," and Toto, same thing. And Colin, they all were like, "Yeah, Yuffie screwed us over." They never once thought any different of it. So yeah, new information was presented, but there was no evidence. If they already kind of felt this way going in, you might have a case here, but they didn't. They were literally their whole personality were like on a dime changed. That's not good writing. You should have characters in slowly progress and change, not just like, all right, we're going to betray Zero now because I mean we never thought this before, but you know now it's been presented. Well, we're going to do this. I mean, in bad writing world, sure, I guess.
Or they heard the proof.
There wasn't proof. Oh my god, sorry.
They have known all along that they should have never trusted Zero.
What do you mean? Sorry. I watched too much. I watched too many live streams of like some people were really hyperbolic in case it wasn't obvious. I kind of co-opted some of their personalities. I probably shouldn't do that. But what do you mean? They never once thought about this. They've been like totally on Zero's side. Like only a few characters have actually contemplated this idea of like being with Zero's mistake, like Colin, for example. No one else like really, except for like in small instances, like in turn 5. But generally speaking, no one considered to be a mistake. Like again, this is like projection almost. Like I don't know what we're going with here. This is not the story that was told to us. It's not true, frankly.
But they put their faith in him because he was the only one offering them what they truly desired.
Well, yes, but also they reach out to each other. I mean, yes, this is technically true, but like I don't know what your point is behind that.
They did trust him on the behalf of two men, two figures of utmost importance within the organization of the Japanese resistance, second only to Zero.
This blur stuff, not gonna lie, it's really obnoxious.
These men are Ogi and Toto. Regarding the meek and
technically, Colin also was important, but not as important because you saw in the betrayal they ignored her, which was kind of fucked up. But anyways,
mild-mannered Ogi of Part 1. Zero's strength was enough for him initially, but then it was Zero's rage against Britannia that convinced him to trust Zero.
That's only partially true. What actually happened was in stage 11, I believe, he also said that Luce generally cares about everybody. There's that element as well. It wasn't just that he thought the rage against Britannia was real. It was also that he cares about everybody. They're not just chess pieces to him. He said that. It was a two element. It was two piece. It was two parts. He cares, and he also really is against Britannia. So you got to remember it was a two thing there, not just one.
So it's not that difficult to convince Ogi that Zero's toxic rage might actually be bad for Japan in the long run.
Well, one, that wasn't even discussed at this meeting. There wasn't about toxic rage. What a strange statement, toxic rage. By the way, I've never heard that like those two words together in the used in this sense, but that wasn't even like everything else he mentioned, or that other point he mentioned. Like, where are you coming up with this? This is incredible to me. Like, we've got nothing from the episode, and you're like coming up with all kinds of theories and ideas, and this is like crazy headcanon theory. I am legitimately lost here. Okay. Ogi betrayed Lelouch under the assumption that I use assumption in quotation marks, that Lelouch didn't tell anyone he was a Britannian prince. Again, I don't think it's true or not. And also used Gias on Yuffie to cause a Saz massacre. What does that have to do with being like toxic rage exactly? And that wasn't even toward Britannia. That was toward the Japanese people to motivate them. Again, I don't know what he's talking about. And this wasn't even like, it wasn't like he said this was even, he didn't even say this, you know, like this is serious projection. Before it was like sort of. Now we're just like going weird places with this. And again, Ogi also trusted Zero because he didn't treat everyone like pawns. He thought he genuinely cared. He found later on he didn't care, which should have came in the meeting, but Minami wasn't present because whatever. Why have him there? So you're simplifying things to prove the argument, but I don't think that works correctly. And again, that's not even what happened in the story, and Care would have to state these things. So I'm not with you, man.
Or that Zero might somehow betray them.
Why would he think that?
Ogi?
Besides, of course, besides the Black Rebellion, which he, of course, went past it anyways. So we can't even use it as an argument.
He was looking for proof that Zero wouldn't betray their trust in part 1, and he never found it.
I mean, to be fair, they both played this role of each other. I mean, like I told you, when Zero first joined up Ogi, Ogi was like, "You want to join up with us?" So there was like this back and forth with trust, and he did trust Ogi. He made him a second in command. How much more trust can you put in someone? And let's be fair, I argued in the past and I was wrong, which I'll definitely admit. Ogi is not qualified to be a leader in any capacity, but Zero gave him second in command. You're telling me there's no trust there when you give him second in command of the entire organization? I mean, that's pretty big, you know. If he made Ogi a janitor, I'd say, you know, okay, I get you. But like, he made Ogi the second in command of the organization. Well, I believe now he's third. I think the order is like Lu, Shin-Kei, and then Ogi, I believe. But still, Ogi is like one of the highest members in the Black Knights. If that doesn't indicate that someone trusts you when they give you a high position of power, I don't know what else would at this point. Yes, he doesn't reveal his identity. He doesn't tell Magias, sure. And also those like things he does in the background, fine. But making someone your second in command, I mean, that's pretty big. And to like ignore that is ridiculous to me. And going further with it, the entire organization could not have existed without trust. Everyone, the Black Knights, specifically in that room, all had high positions in the organization because Lelouch trusted them to do this. And they trusted Lelouch was going to put them in the right spot to succeed, and they were going to accomplish their goals. It kind of goes both ways, you know. And again, it's never even just. This never even stay in the story. It's like this is like weird direction. I'd be more willing to go along with this if this actually had validity, but I just disproved it does not.
Because Zero never trusted them.
Yes, he did. I'm not repeating myself. Moving on.
Toto is a different case. He was skeptical of Zero from the beginning and probably thought Zero was some disgraced war general from back in the day.
Did Toto ever say this? The answer is no. He never did. He's never ever discussed identity. That could have been important for future stuff, but you know what? Make up stuff like that's fine. Did Toto not trust Zero from the get-go? I don't know where you come up with that, because didn't he was willing to go with him in stage 17? He helped Zero out against what was it? The Britannia forces. They seem to be pretty much on the same page. Honestly, he and Nagisa didn't really trust Zero, but Toto seemed to be pretty much on his side. He even figured his strategy out, like in Narita. So I don't know. But you're I don't know where you come up with that. Did he ever say that he was skeptical of? Again, this is kind of important, and the reason why I'm being really nitpicky here with these claims is because what he's doing in this video is he's saying these things happened not on screen, happened off screen, so trust me on it. And because there are so many of these moments where he's saying these happened when they didn't actually happen to prove his point, that's why it matters to me. That's how I'm going through it, because if him thinking that Luch was some kind of general, or him being skeptical had no didn't matter at all in the story, then yeah, we can maybe assume he thought that. But now you're saying it actually played a role in the story, but it was never shown to us or told to us. So no, that's not true. And the same goes to Ogi. You can't just say things without proving it in the story. Again, headcanon. Lots of headcanon. Headcanon everywhere.
Maybe he even had a name in mind.
How would you like? You see how like it's a theory of a theory.
People assume someone with a mask has something to hide.
You start with this theory at the beginning, and I already said, not that you know because you're not here, but that Taizo explained that his identity would be dangerous if everyone knew who he was. I don't know how you go from that to he was hiding something. I mean, he was, I suppose, but like the way you could, I don't like the framing of this.
In Lelouch's case, they're right.
Well, generally, everyone who wears a mask is hiding something, unless they think they're cool, I guess.
In R2, Toto probably accepts the fact that Zero showed himself again as acknowledgement of the responsibility that Zero bears.
Well, it would have been good to have seen that in the show.
Zero is the one who told Toto that he created hope by winning, and now he has to see that hope through to the end. Through insight and mutual respect, Toto understands Zero's philosophy and respects it enough not to ask for more information.
This is a stupid cop-out answer for why he doesn't actually ask him anything, or why he doesn't bring about Nunnally or any of that stuff. This is garbage. And I read my dad also. If Toto really thought he met his sisters, why didn't he ask Schneizel about Nunnally? He didn't, right? So that's how I know that this is bullshit. Now back to this point here. Like the other stuff, we have no idea if this is true or not. Here's the real answer. Toto's not a main character compared to everyone else, so he has less screen time. Therefore, he has less time to talk to Lelouch about anything, let alone his identity. The story has to have, most of the time, Toto is doing stuff for Lelouch in terms of missions. There isn't much time where they're just together talking, casually. It doesn't happen much in the story because he's not a main character. That's why you never find separation out. If the writers wanted this to be if this was actually something the writers wanted to use later on, you would see it on the screen because they're very good at telling you what characters think when they want to. For example, Schneizel told Zaku that Schneizel had a feeling about their two relationship between Zero and Zaku. The character actually said their opinion and why they did what they did. You don't have that with the Black Knights. That's not an accident. But, here we are.
Toto seems to get that he and the rest of the Black Knights may not be able to understand Zero's motives.
He literally never said that, although there was that one part in Turn 5 where he's like, as long as you're helping out Japan, it all matters to us, which I think was kind of stupid anyways, and they should have gone further with it, but whatever.
Even if Lelouch told them.
I think he could understand what Lelouch's intentions are. I mean, it's not that complicated. It's like revenge for my family, I don't think he'd be too confused by that.
But unfortunately for Lelouch, to gain Toto's loyalty, he had to steal it from General Katase by destroying the remnants of the JLF.
So dramatic.
But little did he know, halfway across the world, the greatest foe was waiting for Jeff.
He wasn't... Okay.
That's such a mistake. Schneizel wasn't in Area 11 at the time.
He wasn't really much in the story either. He did appear during Clovis's funeral, but he doesn't actually enter the story until, I believe, stage 18. So he wasn't really involved in the story. You gotta be kidding me.
But he did not let the betrayal of General Katase escape his attention.
How do we know he even knew about it? This is just like the whole Unohana Kenpachi crap, where people were like, well, she mustn't see the reports that Kenpachi was fighting people. How do we know that? Shouldn't she be seeing this? You kind of... If you're going to have a major... I must have 1,000 times already. I don't care. If you're going to have a major payoff in a story, you got to have a setup for the payoff. Schneizel should have been looking into this and asking questions. There is no adventures of Detective Schneizel, Holmes, and Canon Watson looking for stuff. That never happens, okay? If that wasn't a story, maybe. But he never looked into this. What you did here is you worked backwards, which you should not do in writing, which is that in this sort of way. Because Schneizel showed pictures of Katase and Kusakabe to Toto, therefore he must have looked into it in the past. But we didn't see it happen. It's a plot hole, a major plot hole. Everything in this episode's a plot hole because you can't have a character have knowledge. We don't know how they obtained it. We wouldn't even know Schneizel was looking into that to begin with. You have to show this. And the films tried to do that. And other stories do this. You have to You have to do that. Otherwise, it destroys suspension disbelief. And it also just like it, you could do whatever you want then. You can have any character have any knowledge they want. It just breaks the whole lore. It ruins the whole story. And you can say whatever you want about this situation. You know, you make it your own crap, but this is nonsense. Schneidel had no knowledge about this. He should have been aware and reporting onto it. Even like a scene where someone drops on his desk or something. Nothing, though. So that's why it's garbage.
Or the implications of that act. It's actually possible that this was just a bluff by Schneisel.
We don't know what it was because we didn't find out. You have to use theories.
And he has no idea whether Lelouch was involved. But even as a lie, it would be very effective in the way he told it. When Toto learns that Zero may have been involved in Katase's death, it shakes him to the core.
Yes, it shouldn't have, though. This is terrible character assassination. Toto wouldn't be that stupid. He would ask for details first. Because, again, think about what's happened so far in this episode. Schneisel has made a bunch of claims. He has not substantiated those claims. Here are more claims. Great. No one's asking any questions. No one's doing any investigation. That's why when he said earlier that Toto was thinking about stuff was bullshit. He wasn't thinking at all. If he was thinking, he'd be like, Katase, he used Gias on Katase. But when would he have seen Katase, though? Did he like meet him in private? We were kind of on a certain mission, right? Well, actually, I wasn't even aware of that situation. Did he meet him in private? That's not the impression I got. He was on a boat, right, with the Black Knights, I think. So how would he have met Katase in private to use the Gias power? How did he get past the guards? How did he get the ship before it blew up? When did he tell Katase to do this? Has Zero ever met Katase? You see what I mean? Like, you just ask questions. Just ask questions. And you could easily debunk this stuff. Just think about it more in 5 seconds, which all the Black Knights had to do. I think jurors spend more time debating on like a simple, I don't know, a gun case or something, or a monetary thing, like a minor monetary problem than this. Like, it's crazy how fast they deliberate on this when the evidence was not overwhelming on any level.
Zero's strongest warrior in the room has been completely neutralized.
Because the writing is awful and character assassination and so forth.
Throughout the Black Rebellion and all of R2, Toto has been warned again and again that Zero is not to be trusted.
This is not true at all. It only happened towards the end of R2, and that was only from Asahina and Nikisa. Technically, Senba said something also in that episode following Kusakabe's death. Generally speaking, no one has warned him at all. It happened like a couple times. That's basically it. It was just from Asahina and Nagisa, and he told him half the time to, leave me alone. I know what I'm doing. Absolutely not. This is like, you don't even, what's funny? He doesn't even say who's been warning him, because if he did that, then he realized he has no argument. This didn't happen at all. It was just Asahina and Nagisa. Nagisa was pissed off that he betrayed us. Asahina didn't like the fact that Jeremiah and Rollo were in the organization, plus the massacre of the Gias Order, which again, that was a very recent event. Let's be clear here.
By people that he trusts.
Oh, he never told them this. Anyways, moving on.
Completely. And as more and more of
the literally, Ogi never told him Dutch Trust Zero. That's a strange take.
The four holy swords meet their ends in suspicious circumstances. His faith in Zero wavers.
Oh, what do you mean suspicious circumstances? This is really weird. Okay, let's go over the whole died, right? Oribe died to save Zero. Okay, is that suspicious? I mean, no, considering that Colin was there and told Toto about it. Senba died in combat, which is unfortunate, but it happens. Asahina died in a flare explosion. I'm lost. Where is the suspicion behind any of these? These weren't like murder. These weren't like, it wasn't like Rollo killed them in like some kind of assassination. They all died in combat. How is that suspicious? He also says because someone died, his like faith wavered. No, it didn't waver at all. Even in this sequence, Toto was still like devoted to Zero. It wasn't like, okay, now Asahina is dead. Now I'm done here. It's over with. Here's the thing, right? If Schneisel does not land the Ikaruga, the Black Knights do not disband. They do not rebel. That's the problem with the episode. If they were going to rebel and dispel rebel before Schneisel was even going to land, you'd have a point here. But they don't. They only decide to do it because Schneisel forces the issue. They never once considered it on their own. That's why this whole episode is so bizarre to me. They go from 0 to 60, like literally against a car, in a couple seconds, which is insane to me because they didn't like, there's no setup for this. They they would have kept going on and Schneider not land on the Ikaruga. So it's not like, I don't know, man. This is a great story, but it wasn't Code Geass.
Unfortunately, there was simply no one present who was capable of defending Zero, because he had lied to them all at every turn.
No, he didn't. Again, most things he told them were true. I could think of maybe 5 to 10 things he said that were not true among the hundreds he said were true. And again, he also put them in high positions of power in the Black Knights. You don't do that to people you don't trust, generally speaking. He gave Detard a lot of leeway. Remember how he had Detard have reorganize the entire thing? I mean, did he help him organize the whole structure? And Detard's like, yes, I got his trust. And then same with like everyone else. This is ridiculous to me. He didn't lie to him every part of the way. He only lied to him in certain circumstances. But most of the time, he was not lying to them. When he said he wanted to take up Britannia, he did. It just wasn't his highest priority. That was Nunnally. That was probably the lie. But again, it's how you twist it, right? But to act like there was he made this a point like 5 times already, I feel like. To act like there was no trust at all, it was just lies upon lies, that's ridiculous. How would the organization exist? It was lies upon lies. I mean, he had to trust him to do stuff, right? There were just a couple of higher level things that he just wasn't involved in, or he didn't tell them about. It's not really fair, and considering, like I said, it was a 2-way stream when it came to the trust, not just one way. Also, like I said before, Lelouch does not have to be here. Detard is perfectly capable of doing this on his own. All he has to do is ask Schneisel questions, demand evidence, and it's over. Or just, you know what? Just tell Schneisel, hey, listen, we want to wait till Zero's healthy for the meeting. Can you postpone it? And also, I want Kage here too, because she would definitely sniff out this BS like a dog looking for a bomb. You know, like let's have those 2 in here, and then we'll move on. And then if Schneidel's like, yeah, that's not going to happen. Okay, well, meeting's over then. I guess we're not going to listen to you, which it shouldn't anyways, because Flea pointing at them. But you don't. But Detard just had to ask questions. Even Ogi and Toto could just ask basic questions. It's still insane to me that we're at this point in this episode where, again, no evidence has been presented. This is all based on hearsay. I've never seen hearsay go so far to destroy an entire organization like this with almost no prior setup to it. God, I hate this episode.
No one could refute or explain what Schneisel had told them, because he was revealing truths.
I burst out of laughter when I first watched this video, when he said this part. What are you talking about? I can refute him. I'm not even that smart. You know how you refute someone like this? You just ask basic questions. How does Geass work? How long does it work? Where does it come from? How did Lelouch get it? How do you know if you're under it? If he won't answer any of these questions. It's over. How do you know about Geass? Do you have Geass power? Why should we trust you? You're a Britannian. Did you use a flag against like 5 minutes ago? What was the content of the voice recording? How'd you get the voice recording? Who's talking to Suzaku? Is it Suzaku? How do you know Suzaku? Why'd you fire a flag at us? Let's just keep asking that question. How do you acquire these documents? How do you know these people were used Geass on? Where'd you come to those conclusions? You see what I'm saying? These are simple questions. Very easy. These characters are definitely shown to be capable enough to ask these questions, especially Detard, who is very, very inquisitive and quite intelligent. I think Toto probably should. Tamaki, ironically enough, is the smartest person in the room. I'll put it like this. If Tamaki is calling out on this bullshit, everyone else should as well, because Tamaki is the dumbest person in the room. If his standard is very inquisitive, everyone should be like next level. How did everyone get dumber than Tamaki in one episode? That's when I know this is bad writing. When the dumbest guy is the only one asking the questions around here. This is ridiculous to me, and the points he's making here are asinine.
Schneisel was able to brilliantly lead the Black Knights executives to the conclusion that Zero had used his Geass on them without needing to imply as much himself.
How do you even come, yes, that's what happened, but it didn't make any sense to how it happened. Thank you for restating the story, but that's not what we're here for. We want analysis. We want you to go through it and actually come to that conclusion. We're not here yet, though, so
solely by focusing on his own feelings. At the
Feelings is not, I'm not gonna quote Ben Shapiro, but like, you need evidence, my dude. Feelings is not good enough. Feelings can get us to the, that's not good enough, my friend.
beginning of R2, Colin foreshadows this
Why aren't you showing clips from R2 then, anyways?
conflict when she asked Lelouch if he used his Gios on her. Even the people who trust him the most have to wonder if that trust is due to the mysterious power of Gios.
Here's the thing, though. It doesn't, like I said before, it doesn't play a role in the story going forward. If, oh my God, if he used Gios on them to make them support him, why would they be betraying him? I know, like, it's been a consistent plot hole, and it's a fair one. They couldn't betray him if he used Gios on them to make them loyal to him, right? Those are like kind of opposites. Like, if I told you you had to be loyal to me, you can't physically betray me. Yet the proof's in the pudding. The fact that Black Knights could even point guns at Zero and nearly kill him should be proof alone that this claim isn't true. Yet somehow nobody has a brain and uses it to think this through. Now, Lelouch could use Gias on them for other purposes. That would be true. But for the loyalty part, no, it should not. It doesn't make any sense. Like, how can they like betray him if he told them to be loyal to me? Oh my God. It doesn't make any sense. Like, what? Like, okay. Now, the thing about Colin is that was a very different situation. And yes, that was a good point, but I wouldn't call that foreshadowing. Because in that, there actually was something called setup and writing and payoff. What is here? None of those things. It just happens. I'm willing to go with this if there was setup to this. And also, if, I don't know, this played a role in the story later on, like, here's an idea. Maybe during the turn 23, they realized, oh my God, Schneisel was lying to us because we are finding Lelouch right now. How is that possible? But we know that doesn't happen because the subplot was contrived just for the scene and then it was ignored again. That's a terrible way to write a story in any context, in any level. It is absolutely shameful that this is the route they took.
Once they learn of that ability,
they don't even know how it works.
Instead,
they're not even wearing goggles. They're not wearing goggles. My voice is cracked. They're not even wearing goggles. It's so silly. They're like, we know everything about your gas power. Dude, where's the goggles? They have goggles. Oh my God. In the manga, it's really crazy. In the manga, they actually are wearing the goggles. Because they actually, they thought that through. They're not wearing the face coverings. They don't know anything. Oh. For someone who analyzes like details all the time, how did you miss that? They're not wearing face coverings. So they don't know about the Gios power. The person who wrote this didn't remember that. And then the movie, they had to correct it by Luce saying they had to change the whole conversation in this part of the episode in the films because the writers realized they didn't know what they were talking about. I've been very passionate in these 3 hours, but like it's been a long week. I'm very pissed off, and I felt it'd be a good idea to trash this video to feel better. And it's been good therapy. I'm not gonna lie. I feel really good right now. I need something easy to I unfortunately easy to trash on, and it sucks it has to be Kato because I love his content. But anyways, this is so dumb. They don't know how Gios works. They're not wearing the head. The fact they're not wearing the eye coverings shows they don't know what's going on. Oh my God.
Instead of blaming the Black Knights, we should just acknowledge this.
No, F off. Sorry. My bad. That was uncalled for.
Instead of blaming the Black Knights, we should just acknowledge this for what it is. A genius chess move on Schneisel's part.
It was not genius at all. It's only okay, I don't agree with DX often. In fact, I don't at all. Well, at least in the first video. R2 when I have some areas of agreements. But I will agree with DX at this point. This is an example of not character being smart, but of everyone being dumb. I 100% agree with him. Everyone is dumb in this room. Schneisel is not smart. They're all dumb. I have never seen such stupidity in one area before. At least in an anime like this. No, this is not Schneisel being smart. Everyone here is collectively dumb. I have gone through every point you have made, and I have broken down in grave detail of how the Black Knight should not have accepted information without evidence. I've discussed how they could have asked questions that would have led to a conclusion that Schneisel has no clue what he's talking about. But of course, we don't get that. Instead, we get this nonsense. So no, I'm sorry, Kale. This video was god awful. 13 minutes for this. I mean, we're at the end of the video and you've proven nothing. You have not addressed the major complaints that I have, or anyone has for that matter, for the episode. You made up stuff, which is great, but headcanon is not evidence. You need hours to discuss this. I mean, I have 3 hours, and I still got plenty more to talk about. I'm not going to in this video, this live stream. That's for the video, but like, damn.
That's worthy of even Magnus Carlsen's salty tears. Chess move on Chess Drunkle is over at patreon.com.
If you want to support Kato, go for it, I guess. But that's the video. All right, let's hang out and read some comments. Let's see what you guys have to say. Do you agree with me, disagree? We're going to find out right now. Here we go. Let me make this bigger. Okay. Hey, reactors, if you love the episode, why are the BK pointing guns at Zero? Schneider asked them to bring Zero to him, not shoot or kill him. This is a major, I completely agree with this. In fact, in my video, I will bring this up because it is really weird. Yeah, essentially, it's like Schneider said, hand him over. How did hand him over turn to, we're going to kill him now? You know, when people say hand over, I generally think of like, you know, he's in handcuff and they hand him over. I don't think like we're going to shoot him now. So, yeah, very good point. What reactor was this, if you get back to this comment? Just curious. Yep, 3 hours. Rise is such a train wreck. It's actually funny that a 23-minute episode has more plot holes. But to be fair, it's only because it's like it shits on like the rest of the story, unfortunately. Yeah. And not only that he lied, it never comes up in the episode. Like, people are totally fine with this. Just like Colin is totally fine with them pointing guns at her. God dang it, man. Pretty much. That's what it seemed like to me, yeah. Yeah, there's nothing suspicious about that unless you consider stupidity to be suspicious. Very true. Yes, that's, again, I'm not saying Lucius is perfect about this, but it's like, it's not a black and white thing, you know. That's the problem. Though I may remind you that Rollo was talking about both he and Luce mattered, and he killed Shirley. She needs to stop hating on Lelouch, but at least she loved him in the series. I'm not sure what that's in context to, but there's some truth to that. Wait, even though he was clearly lying and takes a lot of burden and rather takes the blame, like in turn 19. Oh, right. Yeah, he actually did feel bad. She thought he was terrible? Oh, this is the reactor you're talking about. Got it. Okay. I was like lost here. So you know he's clearly lying, takes a lot of burden. Yeah, I also think so. And I don't think he was. Wait, she thought this was terrible for yelling at him. Oh, but he made it clear that he wasn't like. Oh, I mean, I guess it wasn't nice to scream at Rolla. It wasn't nice. No, absolutely not. It was Lucius' fault. I agree. But he realized the truth when Rolla died or something. I kind of agree with that take. It's not a bad one, I suppose. He gained territory. I mean, oh. I don't. I really. Because of the Gias power he used, and therefore you. I mean, he did though, right? Isn't that what he wanted to get revenge? I mean, yeah. I mean, what's wrong with that? It also been everywhere else too. I don't know. That's a big. I understand the critique. I don't think it's a problem though. That's dumb. That's a bad take. Whoever said that, that's dumb. Yes, that should have been there. They should have been at that meeting. As I said before, well, not this particular video, I will say is that the Black Knights represent the entire UFN, so the UFN should all be present. The main leaders of the Black Knights, from like not just like the Japanese section, but everybody. If you're going to make a decision like that to betray the Lelouch, it should not have been done behind closed doors with only a few members. It's still one of the dumbest things about this. I don't know. I have no idea what that is. That's definitely true. I mean, yes, he can. I think it was turn 6 actually, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, exactly. I mean, isn't that what DTAR was doing too with the media manipulation? So yeah, it goes to that level as well. I completely agree with that. Again, these are really simple questions to ask. I'm not asking the Black Knights to do like crazy investigation. I just want them to ask questions to follow up on stuff. I don't know why that's so complicated. I think I read that one. When this whole thing come up, oh, it's been a long. I've been working on the Tarantino video for almost over a year now. There was no evidence. Yeah, see, if you want to be part of the story, then make it part of the story. It's that simple. I honestly don't know half the time. Basically, it's like the episode works because it fits. That's how I summarize the whole thing in one sentence. Do you think it's possible for a character with Gios to copy the trait of something and use that ability for a short while? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, theoretically, they manifest that way. Yeah, that would have been interesting. You could do that, sure, absolutely. There's tons of ways you could reroll the story to make it better than what it actually is. Well, when would Toto have done that though? Just in all fairness, like they only interacted. Oh yeah, he totally could have, right? What in turn 10 or 11, right? The 10, they could have interacted. Yeah, you're right. You could have asked him. He didn't though. Very good point. Lelouch being 0. Pretty much. That's the whole schnitzel. I like that. That's the whole debacle. It's like, or that's like the claim here. He had evidence, and Cato thinks he had evidence, and I'm saying no, he did not. Schneisel had claims. That's about it. Oh yeah, pretty much. Um, he did for like going ahead of them to go and to go to the hotel. I don't think though that would means he wouldn't want him to die or anything. But yeah, he didn't like Kosakabe. That's very true. The reason the Justice League distrusts Batman because of stuff like the Batman contingency plan to take down Justice League without telling them. Um, what's that in context? Are you saying that Lelouch doesn't have something similar, or he does, or it's because they know about it and the Black Knights don't know about Lelouch or something? I'm not sure what the point with that is. I'd like the elaboration. You know what? You're right. That would have been. It's fun. It never came up too, but yeah, they all did shoot themselves, and Valletta would have, and that's why you just exposed an art contradiction because didn't Valletta? She noticed it too, right? So if she was totally involved in writing the document or putting together a document when she mentioned those royal guards, yeah, of course. What about the royal guards in the beginning of season 1 too, right? Yeah, absolutely. There's again, if you think about this for more than 5 minutes, you'll find problems. It's that simple. Oh, you followed up with it. I don't see your. I feel like it's a little different between Batman and Lelouch, though. But yes, literally the paperwork shows Gias shows a Zero Gias a bunch of Britannians. It's nothing. I don't get why it's a big problem for BK to hate Zero. Well, technically, it also shows Kadase and Kusakabe. They are Japanese, but it doesn't. But here's the thing: I'll disagree with. It doesn't show that. Um, it doesn't show that he's Gias any play. It's just a claim. Like here are suspected people. No one's been verified. If Lelouch has Gias that can't be trusted, why would he be the only one you can't trust? Wouldn't more people have Gias and nobody could be telling the truth? Yeah, you could actually go further with that and say that if Schneisel knows about Gias, then he can't be trusted either because he might know more than what you think, or he might have Gias power. You're opening the floodgates with stuff like this. If you don't handle it correctly, you get crap like this. Yeah, I kind of get back and forth for that one. The biggest BS of all is that Shadow gets filed at zero has a bunch of people. Bro, they can literally be faked, and where's the witnesses? There are none. Because Gias is hard to prove. Because people lose their memories after it's done with. So Gias is very hard to prove. They didn't have to write it like that, but they did. Like the Death Note, not to compare the two, but here we are. The Death Note has way more. You can prove the Death Note actually happened because of you can literally go through the list of people and see how they died. And you can confirm they died that way, and you could also test the Death Note yourself to prove it. You can't really do that with Gia, so yeah, it's kind of problematic. No, it's never really explained. Kato made up stuff. He said it's a bluff, or the only person I can confirm sort of that he knew about was Shirley from the recording. But like I said, like went through, I'm like, nah, not even that. No, it'll happen off screen. I think he wanted to show a gotcha of why he can't be trusted. But he did what we know happened, but they don't know it all happened. Yeah, basically. Essentially, it's like we know there's dramatic irony here. We know what's going on, the characters do not. If Schneider was telling us the information, we'd be like, yeah, we believe you. The Black Knights don't have any context behind any of this. Well, uh, I mean, I wish Dieter was smart. I wish Dieter was smarter, but sure. I think what Dieter was saying is that even if you're right, it affects you, not us. Okay, that's a fair point. I said that's about the whole like waving the white flag. I still don't like when he did that because he's giving into to what Schneider was saying. But still though, I don't like it, but that's a fair point. It doesn't really affect him, that's true. Here's an obvious question to ask. Are there anyone else with Gia's power? Does anyone in the royal family have this power? How do you know Zero's power is controlling others? I mean, literally the questions are endless. It's not even funny at this point. Listen, just ask questions. Yes, they're playing 20 questions. I wish they were, to be honest. Fled was held prisoner. I know, right? I know what you mean. Actually, I'm so dumb. I'm supposed to go the other way. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm sorry, guys. I usually go top to bottom. What was I just doing? Anyways, the blind had the big dummies, except for Detard. Okay. Dieter was funny. He had to die. What the hell? The planets are smart and certainly not dumb. Then believe in Shadow who presented them with logical evidence. Oh my god, no! Oh, this username. We have so many problems. No. Wrong. Just dead wrong. Moving on. We're doing this again, I know. A personal problem with the Black Knights is not how smart, but how it's not how smart they are, but their characters. I mean, it kind of go hand in hand, right? But they don't even know he lied to them, though. That's the problem. It wasn't even proven. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't say everything is trash. That's not true. I know it isn't. Probably, but like, why wasn't Shinkai is actually second in charge? By the way, it's not. It's not Ogi. Shinkei's actually the next person in charge, and then it's Ogi, but they're not there. So, oh well, Shinkai wasn't. Of course not, because everyone accepts what the story tells you. They had to be seals and clap to it. Unfortunately, yeah, I believe this is true. That was the point Dieter was trying to make. That's why I don't think it was bad for him to deflect, because that's how he generally feels. Dieter may have acted scummy, but he was already more intelligent than others. He sure didn't show in this episode, unfortunately. It's very true. They've all done messed up stuff. I would 100% agree. But again, they weren't even, it wasn't even proven that he betrayed them. That's all speculation. Kyle was later raised to kill when she suspected he to be Zero. Oh, you mean like in turn two when she pointed a gun at him? That's a fair point. That's a fair point. I never thought about that. Yeah, she was going to shoot him, or she pointed a gun at him. That's very true. She was going to shoot him. I think it was for similar reasons, actually, believe it or not. That's a good point. The difference, though, is that the Black Knights were instructed not to shoot Lelouch, and she was acting on her own. And I think Colin would do that. I don't think the others would, though. That's a very good point. I actually never thought of that. I'm gonna start that. Yeah, I know what you meant. No, you would not. You'd lie. She didn't know if she could trust someone to lair. Very true. The other characters don't go through the same arc. If they did, then I would agree with Kato's assertion that the trust was an issue. But you kind of, especially for these particular characters, if your goal as a writer is to have the end game where the characters will eventually decide to betray Lelouch because there's no trust, then you got to slowly build up that they're losing faith in him. And yes, there was a scene where Toto's like, you know, if Lelouch is not, or Zero's not supporting Japan anymore, we're going to betray him or something. There was stuff like that, but I don't think you can take that and stretch it to Toto lost faith in general because of the holy swords. Toto never really trusted Zero to begin with. Toto this, Toto that. Like I feel like you have to go a little further with that. Him just basically Toto was like, if Zero's not for the mission anymore, we're not going to betray. We're not going to follow him anymore. I don't know if that has anything to do with trust. It's more like, I mean, it is trust obviously, but I mean like I don't know if that's because he's slowly losing his trust in Zero, or more like, listen, I mean, we're both here for a cause. If you're not for the cause anymore, we're not working together. I mean, that's a very reasonable position to take. I don't know if that's necessarily because of lack of trust, it's lack of direction, or yeah, something like that. It is very dumb. They're both like, I don't know how you pick Schneisel over Zero. It's really weird to me. Pretty much, Ogi a terrible person. He dated enemy who shot him and trusted her more than his leader. No one questions Ogi's relationship. Do you need a brain to think this? Apparently, yes. That's great. Uh, although didn't somehow that she didn't trust her in the beginning, like how she questioned Zero putting. Yeah, Chiba has always questioned Zero at every turn, and so for some reason, despite the fact that she's always been like against him, she conveniently acts like her character was assassinated here, and she's totally like passive. She's never passive in these conversations. I hate that part of this episode. Yeah, funny. Probably, yeah. We're not gonna agree on that one. Yeah, it's a really strange. Their relationship is so weird to me. It's important, but also bad. Suzaku is ass. Okay, fair enough. Again, I've said before. I'll say it again. The BK are so different. They literally using 0-2. Like without them, they can't win. Yeah, it's a mutual thing, but it's never presented that way. Unfortunately, I used to think otherwise. So I'm definitely I'm definitely was wrong at some point too. Yeah, Urbi is a legend. He's my favorite of the four holy swords. I 100% agree. Adrian, welcome. Surprised no one on the BK ever questioned Nigel. Why are you telling us this? Now you're people about it never comes up though. Zach is trash. Trash. What can you think of what's his name? Yukiora. Trash. The Black Knights have taken the Blicknitz. The Black Knights should have taken a moment to think about how much progress they made thanks to Zero. They had little chance to see before he came around. They should have just spent time pondering the evidence and coming to a conclusion. They didn't do any of that. It's just crazy how fast they made their decision. Pretty much with no evidence. I know it's crazy. They are incompetent, stupid, plot ruined, whatever you want to say. That could have been problematic, but honestly, it could have worked too, I suppose. I mean, yeah, if you have Colin, that's a good point. If you have Colin involved in the meeting, it probably helps out a lot. If you have anybody besides the group in there, like everyone else, it would have helped too. So yeah, I agree. I don't know. I don't know if like C2 know his identity would help. I mean, maybe you get into like really weird territory with that. Yeah, again, it's like there are secrets, but be fair when you discuss that. Well, I mentioned before. I think Dieter is hiding some of the tensions. Ogi definitely is hiding stuff. Maybe Toto was technically hiding the data on the massacre of the Gias Order, so there's that. He was hiding the fact he betrayed Lelouch if he didn't want to support Japan anymore. I mean, so Toto didn't tell Zero that. That's how I picture. That's how I think about the whole hiding secrets between each other. So that's a secret he kept from Lelouch. That's when I say like secrets, like what the Black Knights know versus what Zero knows about them. That would be the hiding secret part. Uh, I think that's all there ones. I don't know what secret Tamaki is hiding, except maybe he's really smart. That could be a secret. Oh, that F me to me. That's a really interesting comparison. I would agree. And they did, I know it's funny too. They did trust Darkseid. You remember in that Justice League episode when Brainiac came back to work with Darkseid, and they did trust Darkseid. And look how that worked out. The only thing is, that was pretty. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty stupid on the Justice League part. Actually, those are really comparable situations. The only thing I'll say is that at least Superman was like, guys, don't do this. And you had someone who was like adamantly opposed to it. But the problem is, because Superman was so violent towards Darkseid, no one like trusted him. It was like, oh, it's just violent rage. Get a hold of yourself. If Superman was a little more collective and composed, they might have trusted him more. But Superman was just too crazy because he's pissed off at Darkseid, which, by the way, was totally fair because they're what Darkseid did to him. So, you know what? That's interesting. I now that you think about it, the episode's kind of bad then from that point of view. But I still let it go because I think the interaction between Darkseid and Brainiac is pretty cool. But yeah, they should not have trusted him. That was dumb. I 100% agree. Great point, by the way. Don't forget the Black Knight too. Darkest Peter. I think everyone knows but Zero at this point. Because by the way, if Zero knew, then he'd be dead. Because Minami was eyeing Nunnally, which was gross. Lex Luthor's a little different, but that's a fair point too. I feel like when you have those situations, there's better context for why they trust them. With Schneider, there is no context. They just do because they have to for the plot. That would make me betray him any day of the week. Zero is a legendary Super Saiyan Goku. We should believe him. Yeah, Toto did hear about Lush Masako in an audio drama, but it's never explained that Toto met him. Toto did hear about Lush Zaku in an audio drama. Really? But it's never explained if Toto met him. But like they didn't, here's the problem. It didn't come up in the episode, so it doesn't matter. If that came up, I would say fine, but it didn't. And that's like a big stretch right there. So yeah, I'm not going with that one. It's got to happen in the episode. Like picture dramas are supposed to be enhancements. They shouldn't be like important plot reveals, So yeah, no, thank you. That's not good enough. Yeah, there's better context in those situations. Yeah, again, that's why I don't know why you bring up the whole accent thing. I never thought that was ever like a thing in the show that mattered. You know what I mean? Like no one ever talks about it. That's why it's a strange point, I guess. They just had to. They were like literally. They never even went further with it besides the claim. Exactly. They don't have any context behind why you would believe it or not. That's the problem with the claim. It's like you can say what you want about Lelouch. You don't have evidence, so it doesn't matter. They didn't look into it. If they had prior knowledge, you might have something there, but they didn't. That would have been really cool. I have a theory that could have been done, but pretty much. Yeah, he was claimed to be dead. That's not even public knowledge, but yeah, that's a good point to have to mention. If Zero was claimed to be dead, Why would Valletta and Jeremiah even suspect him to be alive, right? Again, it just doesn't make any sense. And D-Tar doesn't even know who Lelouch is. So, Zero is Captain Crunch. Of course it fits. Oh my god. This is like the best. I want to put this comment in like the video when I'm done streaming. Zero is Captain Crunch. Of course it fits. How many languages does Lelouch even speak or understand? I would assume at least English and Japanese. Has gone too far. Yeah, there's some truth to that. He was even in an episode where D-Tar acknowledged the whole system was corrupt. Yep, that's true. That was a great line. I love that line. Some argue that stuff happens in real life too. People just being 100% completely. Some argue that this stuff happens in real life too. People just trust 100% completely to the person without any proof or evidence. The problem is, and I had to see an example of it because this is a very extreme case where you have someone like think about what's happening here. You have someone bringing in like no evidence, making claims against your leader, and they don't even try to verify the information. You would think high command would want to look into this further, and none of it happened. That's I could see like in a small scale operation, perhaps, but like this is a major military organization that represents like I don't know what one third of the world maybe. How big is the UFN now? It's pretty large, right? So for an organization that large, I don't think you could honestly. That's not a fair point. There would be an entire investigation. That's what normally happens. You investigate this stuff. That's why I'm like, yeah, I can't buy that. No, I know what you meant, but still, even so, their common sense is like, even what it is to how we any better, even so, their common sense, like, even what, yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't think it's even realistic. I don't know. Again, I need an example to know like what military organization this large was overthrown because someone made claims that everyone believed with no evidence. I have a very hard time believing that. It's not, you can make it realistic, but it's not good. I mean, how realistic is that, anyways, to be honest? You could have good writing to make this realistic situation more realistic, I guess, by having more information and context given, but there is none. The fact that Kato had to make up so much stuff proves that. They don't know. They don't know. That's why it's so weird. Like, if I told you, no one would respond to this normally. I completely agree. The show was grounded. They kept the supernatural power. Would that work? If the show, if they still, yeah, if the show was grounded yet still kept the supernatural element, would it still work? I mean, it is grounded. That's the problem. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Even though I thought it was dumb then when I first won, I did too. They were kind of thin. Pretty much. Now, if Schneisel told them Zero was Vash Stampede, well, I mean, yeah, that's facts. Let's be honest. I know. If the BK trusts Schneisel with Guillaume's power on the evidence, I guess the BK could trust any channel said, like, I bet BK would trust Schneisel said Bigfoot was real. Okay, we're back to the other part. All right, so now let's see what you guys recently said. Oh, there's too many more comments, but I just wanted to find where I left off. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Don't ask. I was doing that, moron. Some argue that why the Black Knights, why Batman and Gordon put the blame on Joker for the death of Harvey Dent and then killed the police. Because they didn't want to undo everything Dent did. I thought that was clear in the story, but yeah, I screwed up. My bad. Some of the betrayal by normal loyal people are strong indications of Gias. Some of the betrayal of normal loyal people are strong indications of Gias. Wait, are you? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like sudden betrayal by normal people loyal would be indication of Gias. Oh, are you saying because they betrayed Lelouch, he Gias them to betray him? Is that what you're saying? Because yeah, with I guess Guilford and Jeremiah, that's kind of what happened. And again, I definitely think that if Gias was established as a thing and it was proven Lelouch had it and used it, you could argue that those cases in the file would make sense. But we're not there yet, and that's the issue. You know what's funny? The only Normie hate on Tarantino was explaining he has power but doesn't change anything. Just follow him continue to fight. I mean, in a sense, yeah, I would agree. That's a fair point. There really is no reason not to continue following him because there's actually a deeper point than you might realize. Here's why. If the mission's the same, who cares, right? The only problem is the priority. That's where the Black Knights had issues. If he's not for Japan anymore, then yeah, that'd be a problem. That's why they should have brought him Nunnally, because Nunnally is a better proof to have the Black Knights betray him. Because with Nunnally, it's like that was the priority the whole time, not Lelouch. And they tried to like retroactively add it in there later on, like, oh yeah, it also was this and that. I'm like, well, why wasn't that brought up in the meeting, guys? So frustrating. I know. Oh, they thought it was stupid too? Hey, look, you know what? Something, I guess. Well, the Black Knights never truly trusted Zero. They accepted him because of results, but ever since season 1, they've been complaining about his secrets and his mask. They've only complained a couple times. There was episode 4 and then also 12, and that was it, as far as I'm aware. Once Title told them to stop, they stopped. The 4 was because why should they follow Zero? Didn't show his mask, and he said, well, I'll show you results. And then with 12, it was like Tamaki was just being a bitch because Lelouch told him stop being, you stop spending our money like a moron. But really, everyone didn't care at that point. It was like 2 times at the most. So the secret wise, yes, they have definitely been complaining about the secrets Lelouch keeps from them. That's very true. I won't deny it. There was the part with Nina, and so there definitely was. There was some aspects of secret he was keeping from. It wasn't like massive secret. It was just like certain plans he wouldn't tell them and how he was doing them. But other stuff he totally was. Again, I'm not saying he didn't keep any secrets. Let me make it clear. I'm just saying it wasn't as one-sided as it's being portrayed in the video, just to be fair. They've been wondering how Zero was able to accomplish things. Again, there's like... No, absolutely not, dude. They've been wondering how Zero was able to accomplish things such as like Stage 9. So extending some weird thing on my control explain everything is not that weird. Yes, it is, because there's no evidence to suggest it. I could also say that God is doing it for him too, and you'd have the same amount of evidence. I could say Superman is doing it for him. I can say a robot from the future is doing it. Without evidence, the divine fallacy, you can prove anything. That's why it is weird, because this is a grounded story. Supernatural powers don't exist, and people don't know they exist. That's the problem with this take. It is very weird because we don't know it's a thing. If they knew Gias was a thing, it wouldn't be weird. Like, nobody thinks it's weird that nightmare frames exist because it's established in a story and everyone's aware of it. Do you not see the problem with your argument here? You're going with the most insane possibility, even though there's no proof of it even being a possibility to begin with. It's not they know it exists and they go with it. I think you're adding too much to the story because, again, mind control is do you really think anyone would accept that mind control is a thing? We don't have that in our time period. We don't have mind control like that. That is very strange. So you're probably wondering how Lelouch get into stuff. I don't know. He might have inside information. Maybe he knows people. Maybe he's, his other skills. Who the heck knows? But like, it's one of those things where you really have to prove it to get this point across. You can't just go on theories. That's why it doesn't work. I'm not saying again, we're looking at it from our perspective. Look at it from the character's perspective. And you would see they don't come to that conclusion. That's the problem with this argument. Could have used Gias. He didn't, by the way, but he could have. Oh, that was an episode of Justice League. The Justice League believing Darkseid wasn't as bad because Brank is the enemy of the hero, opposed to Zero, who was someone the Blood I trusted. Again, I didn't say it was like the worst thing, but there were some flaws of it, yes. Yeah, but they still pointed guns at him. I agree it's a positive change, but they're still pointing guns at him. The whole thing is still weird to me. They should have talked to him privately. But yeah, it was a positive change for sure. Another thing, Mia, the noise discussed turn 44 minute if destroying the gear was fine or wrong. Okay, that's fine, I guess. I don't watch these reaction channels because I have more important things to do. I don't necessarily see Gias supernatural. Obviously, a strong hypnosis. They don't know that Gias is truly supernatural. I mean, how else would you describe it? He said it was mind control. He didn't say it like it was a technique or something. He literally said you can think about it as like hypnosis. You can think about it as hypnosis. That would be supernatural. How else would like how else would you how else would you see a strong like how would he do does he like pull out a does he pull out like a thing go like this or something to people? Does he have a device where he hits a button and he hypnoses people? Like how else would you describe it? See, here's the thing. Schneizel doesn't give any details of how it works. He just says Luch has a power, an ability called Gias. I mean, how else would you interpret it as something that's not supernatural? I, I'm totally lost here. And let's go further with it. You know, I'll entertain the idea. It's still bizarre because Gias is not a thing they know about. Let's say it was like some kind of mechanical device that hypnoses people or something, or hypnotizes people, which it isn't, by the way. But let's say it was that. Like Gias is not a power. It's a like Shadow literally says a power. But let's say it's some kind of device or something. Still, if this device isn't known to exist in the world, it's still strange. Like if Schneizel said Luch attacked people with nightmare frames and no one knew what a nightmare frame was, that would be just as weird. I'm going with the supernatural element because I think that's what it's being portrayed as, but it could also be a device too. Literally, basically, in a grounded story, if you have things that are not in a normal grounded story, you have to explain why characters accept the existence of it. It can be supernatural, it can be mechanical, it can be anything. It can even be like, why does someone who is really small can pick up someone who's really big when they shouldn't be able to do that? Whatever, it can be something as small as that or big as this. You have to explain why characters accept it. Again, he called it a power. Like I can really pull up the transcripts if you really want. He says, I'll pull it up real quick. He says, just to kind of get the point across here. He says, second, Zero possesses a special power. It's known as Gias. It's the absolute power to compel anyone to obey him. You can think of it as extreme hypnosis. Um, that does not sound like a device. That sounds like a supernatural power. He can make people obey him. I mean, that's pretty crazy. Really, really think about that. What he's saying there. I don't see like how you can. Well, whatever. They believe that if you're part of an organization that wants to control others and wants to make it more like V2, I don't think they made V2, but sure, who wants to destroy others? You got, bro. But normally his words, I don't know. I guess it's fine. It does, true. Oh, it was about Guilford. What comment? Oh, okay. Oh, Sun betrayals by North Pair Sonic Gias. Yeah, if Gias existed, I still know who you're talking about. Again, if you can prove Gias exists, then I would agree with you. You see, the problem with the evidence is not the fact that it's like wrong in a sense; it's just not been proven. That's the problem. You know, I'm okay with like having it, but you got to prove your point, and that didn't happen. Pretty much, yeah. They only complained a couple of times. Well, yeah, doing everything would be bad. Poor no, but like I'm telling you, it's because Taizo told them to stop, and they believed him. That's why. The story gave a reason for it. It wasn't like they just say they're like, oh, it'd be boring or bad at writing. It's funny you say it because Nagisa keeps complaining all the time. So why would they have her do that and no one else, right? I mean, there's no consistency with that. She complains all the time. Is that boring or bad writing? No, I think it's fine having her do that. So damn, my monitor's been showing the whole time. And it's fine. So, well, I mean, it's funny because even Kato doesn't assert that either because he says they do believe him at the end. And I mean, did they 100% believe in Zero? I don't know about that. Did I say that? Maybe I did. I don't know. I said they both trust each other to. They both trust each other to an extent to get the job done. 100%. I mean, kind of hard to when the person doesn't show you their identity, right? But there was enough trust there. Again, like I said 1,000 times, if like I said 1,000 times, it's not there was no trust. There was trust. The videos asserting there was no trust whatsoever. Again, if Rolo comes and says, "Okay, Brett, are you okay, bro? You need a question. Does Zero have his little brother? He's not part of the royal family." Yeah, that'd be kind of weird too. But how did? Oh my God, were you not watching the stream? I feel like we're going in circles here. But hypnosis does exist, and it's explained as hypnosis. It's extreme hypnosis, like supernatural hypnosis. Yeah, you can make people do different things with like whatever the hypnosis techniques are in this world, but it's extreme. Like you'll do anything someone tells you. Like the person could do anything he wants them to. That's like insane. That's like even normal hypnosis can't do that. It doesn't matter that he corroborated it because Ogi is compromised. He's with Valletta. You can't trust him. And also, he didn't provide evidence. You have two people who are making claims with no evidence. That's the problem. You can't be like, well, if he said, therefore it's true. You need evidence. Think about what's at stake here. You're going to betray your entire leader because a couple Britannians you can't trust told you stuff. I don't know. I'm lost, to be honest. Sorry, I meant to say that the North believe that if you support making immortal warriors to destroy others, then I don't know what to tell you, bro. You got to go. If you support making immortal warriors to destroy others. Oh, I see. I mean, yeah, you can wipe out part of the organization, but you don't have to like take the whole thing out. It's still a waste of potential. It's like explained as extreminosis. People could believe that for sure. How could they believe it for sure? Does it exist in the universe? The answer is no. It does not exist in the universe. There is no such thing as extreme hypnosis. Schneisel said that to like make them understand how powerful this is. It's not normal. See, here's the thing. How do I put this? The fact he has to call it extreme hypnosis implies it's not a natural thing because it doesn't exist. That's why he had to say extreme. He was trying to explain to them in a way they could understand. The funny part is, I think there's still some. I wouldn't even say call it. I mean, that's one way I guess describe it. But he said it's the power to compel anyone to do anything. Extreme hypnosis. You're too stuck on this hypnosis word. It's just a way to help them understand how it works in theory, but it's so vague that it can mean anything. Because again, there's a lot of questions to ask. But no, hypnosis, that type of hypnosis does not exist in this world. And you know it doesn't because everyone's confused at its existence. So yeah, I you're losing me here. Then again, I could be wrong since it has been a long time since I saw Just Like Season 2. I think you're right. It was Enemy Enemies, yeah. It was Enemy of My Enemies. Lots of people believe hypnosis is real. It's not really that weird from since Ogi confirmed it and explained their questions. They didn't have any questions. Oh no, dude. No, fail. Sorry, there wasn't no questions. That's the problem. You can say like Ogi confirmed. All Ogi did was saying, yeah, Schneidel's correct. That's it. Who cares? I told you before. There's no evidence to support any of this. It's just claims from people. You need evidence. It's that simple. Otherwise, you can state anything. Yes, you use keyword in this statement, believe. You shouldn't have to believe this. You should know it's fact. Schneisel is stating like it's absolute fact, not a belief. You should not be portraying Lelouch on beliefs and speculation. It should be based on fact. That is the difference. I don't know how this is any more complicated. How I can explain it any further to you. She had how he responded to Charles, getting everything no one gets cheap. Literally, he's lying. I'm surprised she believed it. Some of it is, yes. A power doesn't mean supernatural. Guns are power. Authority is power. That's not a comparable thing. because guns have more because we have tangibility of guns and authority is abstract, so that doesn't make any sense either. Well, I see what you're saying, but like guns are powerful, I guess, but like not, but not in the same sense. Like no one says I have the power of a gun. Like nobody says it in that way. Yes, you could say I have the power of a gun defending me, or I have the power of friendship, or I have the power of this. But like the way Shadow described it, he did not describe it as like some normal thing. He could have said Lucius uses hypnosis. He goes, it's a power called Gias. I mean, come on, man. That's like in common discussion, that's how people describe power that's supernatural. Nobody says, step away from me. I got the power of a gun. Maybe when it first came out, maybe. I don't know. I feel like I feel like you're arguing in like a very strange place right now because it is a supernatural thing. The way Shadow described it, extreme hypnosis, something you'd have to like doesn't exist in this world. Yeah, but that was established. That's the point. It was established. Now your frames exist. I've seen John Wick 4. Awesome movie. You're thinking of supernatural power because you know it's supernatural, but they didn't know and wouldn't think of superpower because it'd be silly. So there's no simulation allows for them. So here's the thing, though. I'm not thinking of it like that. That's a straw man. I'm not thinking because I think it's supernatural. I'm saying because Shadow described it as a supernatural ability. Now, here's the thing: they don't ask him any questions to follow up on it, so we don't know exactly what they were thinking, except the fact that they bought it for some reason. But here's the thing: they don't ask him any follow-up questions on it. It's not a plausible explanation if you don't have anything to back it up. No one asked him where it came from, how it works, how long it lasts, how you know if you're under it, how do you acquire it, and things of that nature. Nothing was asked to go further with this ability. Also, you probably don't know this, but in the films, so that would be the third film, which retconned a lot of this stuff. Schneider says that Lucius got the power from Code R, which is C2. So yeah, it's supernatural because the film retconned it. I forgot to mention it earlier, but yeah, it was retconned in the film. So I like to see your response to that. I don't even want to know. I'm just kidding. I'm curious. Yeah, but okay. He said power and extreme hypnosis. Okay. Again, it would depend on how it's portrayed. Because think about how Schneider described his power. He said he can compel anyone to do anything he wants. Now, if you're an average person, you're thinking to yourself, how the hell do you accomplish that? And then he goes, it's extreme hypnosis. I don't think extreme hypnosis exists in our world in that capacity that I'm aware of, that you can make someone follow you infinitely. I know hypnosis can do some pretty crazy stuff. I'm not going to lie. But to have someone go that level and that extreme to the point where they nearly die, sacrifice themselves, because again, if you want to go further with this, I assume you do, there's parts, if you look at everyone who was under Gias, supposedly, right? Again, this is kind of a weird circle, like backwards way of thinking about this, but we can go with it. If the Black Knights were thinking about the people that were under Gias, which again, it's still really bizarre to me, but like in the think of it that way, but sure, those are very like what they did was very extreme. Like people don't do that under hypnosis. Like you don't have it to that level. That's why the word extreme is it's not a problem in the sense of like, oh, it ruins a story, but it does indicate something that's not natural. No one would do that under Gias or under normal hypnosis, at least that I'm aware of. And the fact that no one even asks further indicates as such, or maybe doesn't. I don't know. It's actually it. I guess in their point of view, it wouldn't, but that doesn't mean it's good though, right? Because they don't ask any questions, so that's not really good indicator of anything. Ogi was the original leader, and Zero was not as trusted as Ogi. So what? Anyone can still betray everyone else, right? I mean, I don't like it's not an argument. Are you saying Ogi cannot betray them? I mean, you have to give evidence here. I've said like 1,000 times at this point. You have to present evidence for this to work. You should at least do an investigation of your own. Why would you take the word of two people who are your enemies? That doesn't make any sense to me. That seems like a really dumb decision from a very supposedly smart man. Yes, he was their original leader. I won't deny that. But the important part, he can still be corrupt like anyone else. Valletta kind of did that in a sense. Are we really going? We're chasing a squirrel in the backyard right now. That's what's happening right here. It is relevant. See, what you just said is believe. Oh, I can't believe we're doing this again. Believe. You shouldn't have to believe anything. In the manga, they literally showed ways to prove that Gias exists. It should not be based on belief. Why are we still going back and forth on this? Why do you think that they should have betrayed him under the assumption of a belief? That's insane to me. I can't believe you're arguing this. Well, I guess I can because it's happening, I suppose. I'm not sure he's right there. Well, here's the thing. If one person accepts it or multiple, I mean, fine to an extent, but like, I think this is going in a trolling direction. But like, I'll entertain anyway because I think this is funny. It's not like people are too rational or irrational. It's just that this is a like I said before, this is a huge organization, and the consequences of this meeting is to betray Deluge. And I feel like you should investigate this further before doing it. Look, let's say for sake of argument, let's go down this rabbit hole. Let's say everyone in the room believes Gias exists. Great. How about this? They go tell Kage and Shinkai, and they investigate it further. If it turns out to be something true, they betray Lelouch. If it turned out to be false, they don't betray Lelouch. You shouldn't act on belief alone on something this sensitive. And we're not going to agree on that, okay? Just because it's not a matter of being rational or irrational. I mean, I guess it is being irrational. It's a matter of like, this is like a big organization. You shouldn't do that. And you owe Lelouch at least a little bit to look into it. I mean, you don't know anything of anything, and you're like making assumptions that there's no proof of. You at least owe Lelouch that much to look into it and then betray him. Yes, guns are power according to Mao. The real gun is the only true power. Did he say that? He might have said that. I have not seen it, but it looked pretty cool. No, they are canon. No, actually, they are canon to an alternative timeline. But the films were the creators did say the films retconned many problems of the original anime. That was one reason why they made them. Specifically with the Black Knight Rebellion, because they didn't like the fact that people didn't like the fact that the Black Knights wanted to kill Lelouch. That was one of the reasons why they made the films, and of course Shirley. So yeah, it is relevant. And it's very interesting how they specifically made those changes in that particular film, just like they made changes in the manga as well to fix this problem, because I think they acknowledge the fact that it's clearly an issue. I think enough coincidences would align to this. And again, we do also have records of the people saying this. Now, I don't remember. I can't find it, but I know I read it somewhere. I know you're like, well, that's not evidence. Fine, whatever. You can take my word on it or look it up yourself. But I know that the creators, there was a whole discussion about how they didn't like the fans didn't like the whole Black Knight thing, and so they changed it up. I find it odd how the films have specific changes in dialogue. They don't serve any purpose other than to fix these issues. So yeah, there's a reason for that. Of a Gias, you're mimicking an ability or something they can see. Again, I don't know. If I point a gun at you, make anything you want, even to a building, the power calls me to scream hypnosis. I want you to be poetical. If I point a gun at you and I make you do anything I want, even to a building, the power could be also described as extreme hypnosis. No, it would not. You're threatening me. That would not be extreme hypnosis. Come on, dude. That's a terrible argument. That would not be extreme hypnosis. Plus, nobody would like. You couldn't get someone like Guilford to betray Cornelia with a gun pointed. Although you could threaten Cornelia, I suppose, but not not to the same extent. Like I don't think Guilford would have like sacrificed his life to save Zero. He would have probably worked with the Black Knights. He would not have sacrificed himself to save Zero in the way he did. Is there any part of the world that can make people obey someone such as a slave? Probably not. That's a very different situation where you have a military organization telling me what to do. That's also depends on the government rule. That's much different. We're talking about one person authority, not an entire government. That's very different. Those are not comparable. I'm not saying Ogi can't betray the Black Knight. I'm just saying they trust Ogi more than Zero. Thus, the explanation makes more acceptable. There is no explanation. He just verified everything Schneisel said. That's not an explanation. What do you mean the Black Knights are not dumb? I'm not trolling. I don't know why you would think so. Oh, I don't know, because these are really strange hypotheticals. Politically speaking, yes, money and power can do that. I take care, dude. Is that the point I was making? I'm not sure. Did the writers literally use the word retcon? I don't know about the word retcon, but they did discuss how they wanted to fix mistakes from the past anime. So, yes, I would definitely go by that. But sure, I mean, you're like you don't have to accept it as canon to the original. I'm just saying I find it very interesting that the films went out of their way to make many big changes that I don't think had to exist, but they went out of their way to make those changes to acknowledge the problems with the story or to fix problems with the story. For example, you have certain dialogue changes. Like, why would Dieter, just as an example, why would Schneidel say in the films that in this situation, Lelouch would not, Zero wouldn't keep things hidden from him, change that from the anime where he says, in general, Zero keeps things hidden from the Black Knights. Why make that change? There's no reason behind it besides the fact that they're fixing a mistake. Why else would you do it? The story flows exactly the same way. Why would you make the change? Why would you have Cornelius say the information you learned from other sources and not say Valletta and Jeremiah? Why they change the dialogue there? That scene happened in the anime. There's a scene where Jeremiah and Valletta talk to Dieter. It happened in the show. So why would you have those changes if you're not fixing things? Just like, why is there a scene where what's her name? I forgot her name. The woman who's really racist and she worked for not only, oh, God dang it, Alicia, I think her name is. She explained to Nelly why she can't see Lelouch, which was a plot hole in the original series. They tried to explain that. Why would that randomly be in the films if it's not trying to retcon stuff? That's what I'm saying. Like, there's clearly scenes that only exist not because an alternate universe, but because they're just trying to fix things. Those dialogue changes are too. I don't know. It kind of indicates that. I think I just proved my point, but sure, if you want to, thus they make a distinction. There's also discussion about how the films fixed errors, including the Black Rebellion. Just saying. I did see it. It was good. I watched something for it. It was good. There was no evidence. I don't know what you're talking about, but okay. There was speculation and rumors. There was no evidence. You can fix mistake by creating a universe without changing the original. Well, isn't that implying that there is a mistake then if you're fixing things? Like, you can fix mistakes by creating a new universe while changing the old one. Well, if you're fixing the mistakes, you're implying they exist in the original, right? That's why you're fixing them. Do you not see how that works? I don't know. Not dumb for assuming. Well, they don't know what Gias is, so yes. Yeah, Licia Lomar was like an awful. She's like one of the worst people in Code Geass. I would say one of the worst people. Also underrated in terms of being bad too, because no one remembers her character, even though she was like literally evil. Yeah, sure, they made a mistake. It doesn't mean the original story had been changed. Um, what? No, what I'm saying is by making those changes, they're acknowledging there was flaws in the original, and so they're retconning those problems. I mean, how else would you interpret that though? Like, yeah, the events happen, and they're basically saying that yeah, that was wrong. That was the point. I'm I'm kind of like, I mean, obviously you can't change the real universe like technically because it's already made, like the show's out there, right? But what I'm saying is if they're specifically targeting certain parts in the new movies to fix mistakes, then they're acknowledging it was a problem in the original one. And if it was a problem in the original one, that means it didn't work. And they had to that kind of proves the point that it was dumb for certain things to happen. Like what you're saying, and I could be wrong, is that because it doesn't officially retcon it, which I believe it does. But let's go over your point. It doesn't officially retcon it, therefore it's totally fine. Like it's not problematic, and the story flows fine. Well, no, it's still a problem. I mean, if they're changing it in the original series and they're fixing it, that means it was a problem in the original series, which are implying there were plot holes they had to fix. So that means that the original series didn't work out correctly. I mean, isn't that the point? Like, I don't understand how we're still like going back and forth on this. Oh, my camera die out soon. I don't want to keep spinning batteries. You think we should see more Leia and Mikal? Absolutely. Her gas power was insane. We should spend more time with it. The evidence was everything they had. The evidence they had on him, which Lori brought forth, plus Ogi and Bleda had confirmed the story. But that's not what evidence. You mean the voice recording with no context, or the people in the papers that like we don't have any like that's not evidence. If you want to see what evidence was, go read Lancelot and Gurren. That's how you get evidence. Read that manga and I don't know, come back here. I don't know. Of course, they acknowledge there are problems. The actual plot lines which were dropped, like, but fixing them doesn't mean the order has been overridden. What it does indicate. Did I miss here, or did you say I want this guy out? What? I never said that. Jesus. Okay. I don't know that. Again, technically, I guess no. But what I'm saying is, if they are making those changes in the film only because they were a problem in the original anime, then that's an indication that there are problems in the original anime, which means they don't work. And so the retcons, if you will, are basically acknowledgement of what they meant to say or what should have been there to begin with. They can't. They could remake Code Geass, which I think they should, but that's the point. So that's what I'm trying to state here. It's more of yes, they didn't remake Code Geass. They said that they told alternate universe, which fine, whatever. That's up. That's their prerogative. But what I'm saying is, if you are going to make a film series where you specifically target areas that they're making changes towards, then my only conclusion has to be you're acknowledging that the problems exist in the original anime, and these are the correct fixes. Like, this is what it should have been. Like how Schneizel said the power came from C2, or Detard acknowledged the fact he never knew the theories of Valletta losing her memory or her memory situation, or Schneider rephrasing his words to make it make more sense, or Cornelia talking about random source and not Valletta and Jeremiah, because Valletta and Jeremiah couldn't have given her the information she needed because they never discussed it in the OG anime, and so forth. And so those type of changes to me indicate you're trying to fix mistakes in an alternate universe. Stuff like Shirley living, or I don't know, the whole thing with Bismarck and Saku going to the EU and not ever coming back. That's an alternate universe. That's like a different timeline. I would agree to that. But random dialogue changes that literally have no impact on the story and they weren't like overridden by the actions. I mean, how else would you interpret that? And like I said, it's not just this films. You also have the manga, which also altered this part of the story, like other parts too, of course. But they specifically focused on this part. I'm just saying, you put the coincidences together, and all of a sudden, you notice a pattern. It seems like Turn 19 is always being retconned by every new piece of media that comes out. because I think the creators acknowledge the fact that it's just not good and it had lots of problems and it probably pissed off the fans, understandably so. But look, you're entitled to disagree with me. I don't care. It's your opinion. But the way I see it is, given everything we now know about this universe and the way things were portrayed, I wish here's what I'll say. If the Black Knights had said what you said, were like, oh yeah, I'm hypnosis, that makes sense. And like, yeah, we have proof of this in real life. And we'd be we'd be okay to some extent. But the problem is they don't even like acknowledge that it could be a thing. They just kind of go like, oh, okay. But then you have like, but then to kind of go against your point, you have Tom who's like, yeah, could you prove this is a thing? It's like, I mean, like that's the problem too. It's like they should at least acknowledge that they believe in idea of hypnosis, but they don't even do that. It's so strange that this back and forth between, I don't know. I appreciate the back and forth, but I'm not convinced. In fact, my position argument stronger since discussing it with you. But whatever. I know everyone likes this video anyway, so that's how it is. A couple more comments, and I gotta go. It's really freaking late. Do you think Zero Capture could make a similar scene to Dragon Breath? Dragon Breath? I don't know what that even is. I'm not sure. Anyways, I think one did here. It's getting 4 hours. Oh my god. Anyways, we're gonna end it here. Thanks guys for partaking as always. I do appreciate the comments. Even if people argue with me, I think it's great. It makes me it strengthens the muscle, if you will. But yeah, thanks so much for hanging out with me tonight. And I don't know when the next Power of the King will be. I have to I might edit this one out or I may not. I don't know. Put in like the podcast section of my YouTube channel. I still got to do the first one too. But anyhow, I got to go. I got a lot of stuff to do. And have a good night, guys. And I'll see you when I see you.